Okay, I think we're live. Hey guys, Rorius here. He's always been here just watching and laughing at our incompetence. I saw a little bit of what Chad had to say while I was preparing things. Oh yeah, finally my YouTube is caught up. Okay, continue. Yeah, we completely finished the first game. We 120% completed it. We get a W in the chat for Rory being back. Yay, W. Oh, and god damn it. I have it always just left on by default. But oh yes. I have Discord open. Yeah. Some people are free to join. I won't invite everyone on because it'll be too chaotic. But some people are free to join if they wish. So yeah, I thought we'd just like start on some Spyro 2. Yeah, I do like Spyro. Also, did you say something about me having the same facial emotion, Rocky? Yeah. I guess, oh yeah, because I'm like, in the thumbnail, I'm like, like, yes. And Spyro kind of has that at the front of the cover. Oh, what the heck? Oh, there we go. We should go on. Wait, I should boost the volume. Yeah. The first Spyro starts off with you wanting to go on vacation, and you don't get to go on vacation till the end.
How about it, Sparks? You up for a vacation at the beach?
You're on in Wales? Oh. As good as that 1996 Nokia brick. It's all good. But, yeah. My family and I did want to go to Wales while we're in the UK, but, we just didn't get an opportunity to do so.
Is it working, Professor?
Almost. Just a few more adjustments.
These guys, they're good guys. They're on our side, but they totally tricked us into
Bringing a dragon here could just make Ripto more angry.
tricked us into going through a portal to their world. All right. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey. Just gonna put this in a good place. Oh, the music in this level. The music in the first level, Spyro 2, is so nostalgic to me.
Oh, so you're playing Spyro 2.
Yeah, because the Reignited trilogy has all 3 of the original games. So, oh, I think I set this game's audio lower with the volume mixer.
You did not.
I did.
How evil.
I think I did it last time because when we were chatting, when everyone was chatting, the game was a bit too loud.
Right, yeah.
Right. I'm gonna skip all the dialogue because I've heard it before, but the music in this level, it's too much.
Is it really that pretty?
Well, it's not even. It's like, it's good. It's not like the greatest music I've ever heard. You know, anyone's ever heard. It's just that I played this game so much. This is like the most nostalgic of all the Spyros. And then this level's the very first level, so it's like the most nostalgic music in the game for me.
I was gonna say, if it's the nostalgia. Do you think that Spyro, or the Spyro trilogy on its own, is like your top most played game?
I don't know. No,
Just
I don't.
in general?
Probably not. No. I played a lot of it. And I think part of the reason I played a lot of it as well is that it's more accessible than a lot of other games. Like, in terms of games I played as a kid, you know, Spyro was one I could actually complete 100% without my brother's help or, you know, without, like, cheating or something. There were a lot of games on PS1. There were games that, like, PS1 was the era of cheating, you know, like, every game had cheats. You know, you had, like, books full of cheats. But, this is a game, I think it did have cheats, but not, like, any of the usual cheats. It had, like, it has, like, big head mode or something like that, so Spyro will have a huge head. And it had, like, silly ones like that, but nothing that to help you complete the whole game immediately, you know? No invincibility cheat or anything. Yeah.
I like the. Can we come back to the without my brother's help?
Right, yeah.
I right now want to like hear a story of like about that, like what
Well,
in which he helped you.
It's like your typical thing where it's like there'll just be a level like in the early days of me playing Crash Bandicoot 3, there were just some levels that were really hard. So like I just couldn't. I would like just rage at not being able to complete them. And so I'd get like my brother, even in the like earliest days, I'd get my dad to try and help me. And my dad actually started playing a little bit of PlayStation at the time because he was like trying to help me and my brother complete some levels. But we very quickly became, you know, good enough that his skills wouldn't make any difference. Like he was not as good as us at the games.
Oh,
Poor dad. What are you about to say?
yeah.
Yeah. It was like, I guess like when you think of PlayStation 1 era, like mascot games that were like definitive with a platform, like Crash and Spyro are the ones you always think of, but like Crash and Spyro are very different games, difficulty-wise and like style-wise. It would be like, oh, how would I describe them? What other games could I use to describe the difference?
You must be the
I don't know if there's a good parallel.
Which ones you said? Spyro and Crash Bandicoot?
Crash Bandicoot, yeah. Because like Crash Bandicoot. Oh, keep getting interrupted by the NPCs. The Crash is like your. I would describe almost like a Mega Man or like your Sonic. Actually, quite hard if you go back and play them. Like they're not like super difficult, but they're for a kid, you know, playing their first games, quite challenging.
So we could say that basically you rage quit before rage quitting was a thing.
No, I raged. I didn't quit though. I was very persistent. I would just like cry and then keep trying and trying and trying. But Spyro, you know, Spyro never had. Oh, I was about to say Spyro never had that. That's not entirely true. There were definitely some missions in this game which made me rage. Now that I think about it, Spyro 1 is like the simplest of the games because it's only you just collect the gems, and the bosses are all pretty easy. It's the only difficulty comes from like trying to find stuff, so it's very exploration based. But Spyro 2 brought in like missions that you had to do for NPCs, and some of the missions, like just like 2 or 3 of them, they're just so hard. So very hard. We may or may not see them in this stream, depending on how far I get, I suppose. Yeah, and actually this game also introduced like unlockable stuff. So there are levels where where there's like stuff buried, like blocked off by power-ups that you need to like come back for. I think this is one of the only levels you can actually, should I do it first? Yeah, I'll do it first. You can like cheese one of the like level up, power up things so that you don't actually have to use the power up. You can just use something that's in the level to like cheese your way to it. I will show that in just a second. Hold up.
You dare to cheese.
I dare to cheese. Any excuse to cheese.
That's what cheese lovers say.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
You're actually talking about games. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I like with PlayStations, I have like zero almost knowledge of. It's something that was never part of my childhood.
Right.
What was though was of course PC games and
Yes,
then Xbox.
Yeah. Oh.
You probably, since you were probably familiar with PlayStation, you never get to play Xbox games.
Yeah, the only Xbox exposure I got was some Xboxes at my friends' houses, and even then, like, it was like there was one friend of mine, Bradley. who had like an original Xbox, and I went over to his house a bunch, and he had some cool like unique games with the Xbox One that I never saw anywhere else. And oh, by the way, this is one of the things you need to like unlock. I can't climb yet. This is like ladder on the wall.
Of course, dragons don't have arms or proper legs.
Yeah.
Come on.
So yeah, in the previous game you never had to climb, so there's like they made a few extra features that you had to like unlock in this game. Oh, did I go in here? And oh, I didn't go in here. And so in this game they made it so you like unlock those abilities. And what I thought was cool was that they didn't make you unlock them in the next game. They made it so that once you unlocked them, that was it. You like permanently had the climbing. There's also like headbutt, where you fly for a bit and then you like press triangle and you slam down on the ground. Ah, damn it! There's a gem up there. I'm not gonna be able to grab. Oh wait! Oh, I got up there. Yeah! Hell yeah!
Good job.
Yeah, but then in the third Spyro game, instead of unlocking abilities, you unlock it's like different heroes. So Spyro 3 was kind of like the start of your. It's a bit like, it's kind of where the oh shit! I hit a roof stalactite, and I failed. Damn it! I can do this. I think. I think I can do this. Yeah, Spyro 3 was kind of the start of what is now the Spyro, what the hell is that called? The Skylanders. It kind of set the course for this. I can't do it anymore. I can't do the cheese. Usually you can use the super fly and get all the way into the cave and fly in there. Maybe I'll just do the mission and So I have a feeling you're supposed to be able to fly in there anyway, so. Oh no, you can only fly in there once you get up there, that's right. Okay, so. I gotta do this. I might need to run for a bit before I do this. Yeah, I think I need to get further in before I start flying, because you fly slower than you run, so. What was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, so like in Skylanders, Spyro, they like the whole premise of it is that you have all these special heroes that you can play all the levels with. Spyro 3 kind of had that a little bit, just in the sense that it had like oh shit. I hit everything. I hit literally everything in the way. Yeah, you'd get like you had this like kangaroo character you unlocked in the first hub world, who can't fly, and like she doesn't have doesn't have like, oh my god, I exited the level by accident. Fuck. I failed in every way I could fail. Damn it. Ooh, crab time.
Oh, damn it, you're not supposed to look at
the
You know, for that I will interrupt you.
Oh?
I was just gonna quickly say how you were just quickly comparing Spyro and
Skyline.
what was the other game? No.
Crash?
Yes.
Right.
I was gonna say that just thinking of these two games, I get familiar vibe with a game that was on Xbox 360.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure if it was on PlayStation at all, and it's a game that's like from a series of games. So you like have the same cast of characters, but they're in a different like scenario, you know?
Right.
Like you
yeah,
have a bunch of Mario games around
Yeah.
Mario characters. So the specific one was called Banjo-Kazooie.
Ah, yes, classic.
Nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Right.
And that game is amazing. But as you yourself said, some games can be difficult for a child to play.
Yes, yeah.
And this was definitely one of the games, because the challenges really were about you having a perfect vehicle for them.
Right. Yes.
And
Yep.
if you kept on just not being able to do the best vehicle, then you just kept on failing.
Right,
a lot of
yeah.
times. So that game was difficult. My brother managed to finish it a couple of times, for all I know, but
Right,
me,
yeah.
I never did. So I totally understand that, like, crying myself.
Yeah.
Failure.
Just getting so mad at a game that you just like cry. Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
what am
man.
I doing wrong?
Yeah. God damn, I can't, I think either, I have to check back with my, with the video I did on this. I wonder if they changed it in the remake so that you can't actually make it up to the special little platform here. With the Superfly. It wouldn't surprise me if they did that, because I swear it was so much easier than this. Maybe they added that stalactite so that you can't make it? Because that's the thing, like, you weren't supposed to be able to get up there prior to getting the climb. It was specifically designed so that you're not supposed to be able to do that. But, of course, if there's any exploitable thing, gamers will find it. Gamers.
Especially speedrunners. I love the fact that probably maybe yourself haven't seen the video.
Okay.
I myself don't remember what video it was.
Right.
It was not yours.
Okay.
But there was like a speed running video kind of thing, but it was like an essay, I would say.
Oh, okay. Yep,
And it talked about, I believe, one of the like the Link the character.
Oh,
And
yeah.
there was one
Welcome back,
game.
Tofu. Yep. Yeah.
Actually, you actually might have reacted on it on the stream, so maybe that's why I know it. I'm not sure.
Oh.
But
Oh,
it was that.
Was it that crazy
It was a
speedrun glitch?
bug.
Thanks for helping me light the
Yeah, it was like a crazy bug that.
Yeah, I think I did
like,
react to it on stream. Yeah.
Yeah, like how some action actually, because of the way the programming was made, the character was actually moving while it was
Yeah.
still in that action.
Oh, you're
And that-
talking about the one. Yeah, the one
you-
you're talking about is different to the one I thought you were talking about. But yes, I know exactly which one you're talking about. That's the one where when you pick up an item in Zelda, I think that's the Skyward Sword. Your character does like a little animation of like being like ta-da-da-da, holding the item up in the air, and then but the animation was 1 frame too short for some reason. Like 1 frame at the end of the animation doesn't play, and so he doesn't loop. Like he's supposed to just sit there looping on this animation endlessly with his arms in the air, but then the way it actually
Yes.
happens is he does loop, but he like you can't. It's imperceivable. You can't really see the missing frame, but oh, I can stand here good. Yeah, he slowly gets out of sync, and he slowly like drifts backwards, and eventually he can like pass through walls and stuff like that. Because he's like just slowly like moving backwards. If you like speed up the footage 10 times or something, you can watch him slowly crawl back through a wall. Yeah.
Moonwalk.
Yeah. That's funny. At first I thought you were talking about the Ocarina of Time one. There was an Ocarina of Time one that was like get away, gotta get further away. There was an Ocarina of Time one which was like how did it work? You stood at this particular angle, and then you like jump sideways, roll a couple times, and then like turn around, relock your view in a different position, then roll a few times, jump in a direction, and then go through a door. You like spawn through, instead of coming out the other side of the door, you spawn through like a different exit. You like spawn in a different location in the game. And it was entirely like a weird way the code is handled, causing the game to not send you in the wrong direction essentially. It's like this super obscure as hell reference. Oh, sorry, as super obscure as hell like exploit. But people would use it. But also, depending on which frame you did like one part of the movement, it would send you to different locations, so you had to like do the slightly different endings. It was real weird. It's such a weird, such a weird exploit.
Before Aiden's question, I'm just gonna quickly add that
Ocarina of Time speedrunning is insane. Yeah.
That before some time ago I watched like a podcast, a Czech one, so sorry.
Yeah, all good.
But basically, it was how you know that like Gaben is the icon of Valve. We have basically kind of an icon for making games technically here as well. It's not exactly big as a Valve company, but the person is just like super well known. And there are like some visual similarities as well. And one of the amazing parts of that podcast that the person was on actually was how he talked about how some feedback was given to the games the guy worked on. That it was basically about how if you I don't know, I will give a stupid scenario. If in this game you roll 2 times, get a fish and put it on your head, then you bug into a wall and you skip a whole level. This is something that needs to get fixed. and the guy just being in the charge of a company is like, how was I supposed to do something about that? If people will come up with crazy scenarios, how am I supposed to like fix this? What did they expect? And it's insane to think about.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like some of the shit gamers think of, people playing games think of when they're trying to find exploits. Some of them is so obscure. I'm sure people find exploits all the time, but they just don't realize it. But it's like every now and then an exploit is found by a speedrunner, and they're like, "Oh, I know how to utilize this to cut off 3 seconds off my playtime." So yeah. Oh yeah, one of the things you learn in this game is how to swim. In the first game, you could never land in water. If you ever went in water in the first game, you just immediately get hurt. This game, they removed that and added like water swimming and stuff like that. Basically, if the liquid is in any way transparent, you can swim in it. Otherwise, it's it will kill you. There's like water that still is like poison or acid or whatever, and it will kill you. But yeah. But
anyhow, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so yeah, I wasn't able to 100% finish the first level because I couldn't get that exploit to work, so I just moved on. I didn't want to keep flying into a wall over and over again. And I think that this area is gonna be the same. Summer Forest. This is the first of the hub worlds. Oh, where's the door? There it is. And the music here, I've heard this music used in other things. I think the developer of Spyro, the Insomniac, I think they gave the musician who made the music for this game like the authority to like sell it on to other places for different projects. Because like I feel like I've heard this song, this ambient track that plays in the background of Summer Forest. I've heard it in like adverts and stuff like that before. It's weird. Whenever I hear like video game music in non-video game context, I'm always so weird, like so confused. But it's because this music is like, if you had this playing in like a spa, it would not feel inappropriate. This game, and it's like hub world music, not the level music, but the hub world music is all like very ambient and just real chill. It's real nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add before the question that people are really looking forward to an answer to. You're saying like seeing game music somewhere else.
Yes.
Actually, I would say that I'm like an electro swing connoisseur, and some other popular songs that's not really popular, but like known songs on the YouTube. Technically, I know a few. songs, or
Yeah.
just like I have in my playlist a few of them.
Right.
And for some reason, it's always odd when I hear those songs
Yes,
on
yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
There's like
Spyro?
specifically one show
Like
that
your-
keeps on using like an electro swing music,
Okay,
I
not
think,
bad.
or
Now,
just one of those popular songs I know.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do I hear this music but not coming from my room?
Yeah. It's like, oh, whoops, I
So,
forgot. Yeah, it's like it's the context thing. It's like it's like this is not a place that I should be hearing this song. This location is wrong.
no, well, it's not like bad. It's
No.
just like, wow,
Yeah.
like somebody has a good taste.
Yeah. Oh, I failed the jump and now Hunter. I made it.
to hover.
I made it the second time, but I didn't talk to him first, so he's like, nah, get back here. Get your ass back here.
Aw.
Very good. Now,
Anyhow, yeah.
Yeah. Hunter is one of those. Hunter is one of those characters I was gonna say that is like
wow.
I think he's like a fan favorite. Lots of people like Hunter as a character.
Oh.
Yeah. He's just like the helper guide person for this game. He always like teaches you stuff, and I think he's the only character from this game that stuck around for the third game. He teaches you how to skateboard in the third game,
Oh.
which is odd, but like odd that the dragon is skateboarding, but it's just the way it is.
Sorry, Spyro.
Oh damn it! Do I not have enough gems yet? Well, how do I? Oh, they still have the roll in this game. I thought this game got rid of the roll. Weird. No, I have 427. Shit. I think I have to go into a regular level first before I can continue. But yeah, so this game, the hub worlds in this game work a little differently than the first game. First game, the hub world kind of just like everything was available all at once. But in this game, they made it so that levels, like you have access. You start first off, you start in a level, which is a little different. You start in Glimmer, which is like one of the first level of the game. But then also, at first you only have access to Idle Springs and Colossus, because you can't swim yet. You can't like dive into the water and get to the next series of levels. The hub worlds are bigger, is what I'm saying in this game. Same amount, like probably the same amount of levels approximately, but the hub worlds are like a little bigger. So go on. What were you gonna say? Sorry, I keep talking.
It's a no, it's fine. It's fine. I would interrupt you if you wouldn't get too much.
Yeah.
It's a question that a lot of people have been asking and just would like almost any answer. So like, you yourself don't worry much.
Right. Yeah.
It's something that we already talked about in M's, and it's about shortening the voting period. On
Oh yes.
the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
So, any final ideas or maybe something you would like to say to that?
Yeah.
People just
I-
really want an answer, and yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought about, I considered playing, like, doing some recording yesterday, but I was just really tired yesterday, so I decided to just have the day. So, the plan is currently, I haven't played, there's four games that I have not yet played, that, I'm gonna be playing, if all things work out, I'm gonna be replaying them tomorrow. So that'll be, once I've done that, then I will have gone through and rated all the games myself. So then, yeah, at that point, as I said to Tiana earlier, for people watching the stream who are interested in this, if I rate those 4 games and I go and check the games, and if there's like approximately like around about 12 votes for every game, then I'll probably just end the voting period right then and there. I'll like set it to a few minutes after, or like in the next hour after that, so that it will just immediately end and we can get some results. So yeah.
Okay, I will later, if some of the people are not watching the stream, I will later update them on the on the channel. Yes,
the Discord, yeah.
Chat channel. Yes.
Yeah.
On the Discord.
Yeah, it's on the channel, but it's not specifically on the Discord channel. the Game Jam Discord channel. Yeah.
Yes.
Confusion. 1000.
100. 10 off.
Tofu says that most games only have 6 to 7 votes.
Let me look.
I was gonna say, as if they don't have a whole lot of votes, I'll probably still shorten it, but I'll just shorten it to like a few days.
Can we like do the math here by a calculator? Let me see. Like we have 12 entries.
Right.
But technically we're counting 11 if we forget about yours.
Right, yeah.
So,
Well, yeah.
So that means that's still 12. So we have 11 entries.
So yeah, there should be. I guess what you could say is if there's like if the math came to that there was approximately 4 votes missing, then that would be perfect because there are 4 games I have not yet played. I played all the games that are like that you download and play. All the ones that were browser based I have not yet played. So that's an indicator for what I have and have not played.
Check the stream on my voice if I'm doing the math right. If I'm doing the math right. So we have technically 11 entries, and then we have how many wolves each of them should have. And we're like not much close to the number.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite. But like, I wouldn't need every single one to have 12 votes. But I just wanted to give everyone a chance to play every game and vote on every game, because that way, because we don't have a whole lot of entries. You know, we still have there's only 12, so there's only 12 people who can do votes. I just wanted everyone's voices to count towards scores and things. Yeah.
A question from Aiden: when did you download his entries approximately?
Oh, it was like the day after the jam was finished, so like the 22nd, but like, and that's in my time, and it was fairly early in the day, I think.
It was just because, for example, some people were concerned about how
like
their
crashes and
first
and
submission, crashes, stuff like that.
Play the one that didn't crash and be unplayable. Okay, I was gonna say, there were a couple of people who I remember seeing some stuff about that, but I never experienced the crashes and glitches. So if the version that I played was broken, I didn't come across the break. Like I didn't have any games that like just crashed and broke miserably. So I probably got the correct versions of all the games. Because I think Terminus, Benji's Terminus, also, I think he said something about it being broken. But like someone was saying like if they maximized the game, then it would crash. But I'd never tried to maximize it. So if that was the only thing that was broken about it, then I didn't see it. So yeah. Yeah. So I guess to answer your question, Tofu, the game I played that was your submission seemingly had like a title screen, you know, a level. When I finished the level, it went back to the title screen. Like, I think everything was working.
You actually remind me of. I once again by YouTube got reminded of your most popular video on the channel.
Yeah.
You have 3 guesses to guess which one it is, but yes. And I looked back on the short little conversation you had with Lixian himself, and how he pointed out that basically you did something that you were not supposed to do.
Yes, yeah. That's just me though. That's just typical Rory.
That's what you said. That's what you said exactly. And it's a good reminder. I wrote this to you on Twitter, but you have not seen him maybe. It's finally time. It's finally time.
Yeah,
it's finally time to inform Lixian.
Oh yes,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, we could definitely do that.
By Twitter, I believe in the comments he specifically said, like, Twitter at me.
Yeah. So I'll just add him and say like, hey, Lixian, I made a game. If you're interested.
And if you're not gonna do that, I'm gonna do that. Like, your
yeah,
problem.
I mean, other people doing that would also work because I would feel less like I'm terrible with it when it comes to self-promotion. So having other people do the self-promotion for me is good. Is grateful. Is grateful.
Well, that's why
also-
you need overseers, Rory. But I don't see any.
Nah, we don't need overseers. I was gonna say, if some other people wanted to join, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I saw Tofu was interested in joining the stream chat.
He quickly joined, but then left.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say.
believe just because of Jonas.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think
He's back. He's
yeah,
back
I was gonna
there.
say, Jonas dared me to, so I'm not gonna. welcome.
Hello.
No way, it actually worked. Let's go.
See, like, I invited you because, like, I was like, yeah, I'll bring some other people into the stream chat. Jonas was, like, saying, like, I dare you to bring me in.
Wow.
And so I'm not,
Damn.
I'm not gonna bring Jonas.
Jonas gotta get his, he has to change his strat.
Yeah.
Donate your way into the private game chat.
This voice chat's a pay to win.
Yeah.
But I'm actually the only one paying here, so.
Yeah,
Oh, isn't it?
I mean, technically, I have no excuse now.
Right. I see.
Wait, one second, right back.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's like TF2 now. Free to plays can't speak. Oh, I see. I forget that's a thing. Wasn't it because they made free to plays not able to speak because of all the bot problems? I feel like that's what I remember hearing. In TF2,
Okay.
free players can't speak because bots ruined it for everyone.
I think they might have changed that because,
Oh, okay.
or at least maybe just for community servers, because
Oh.
one of my friends was playing on a community server and they never spent money and they were able to talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Maybe that was a temporary thing. Maybe that's yeah, they fixed that.
Yeah.
I just remember there was a time where it's like bots were constantly spamming chat, and so I believe they disabled chat for free players. Just I guess while they were like sorting out what to do about that. Yeah, we got there's another level with another superpower thingy. There's a bunch of different superpowers in this game. In the first game, the only superpower I believe you got was the Super Flame. This game has Super Fly, I mean, there's also Super Fly in the final level, but and in all the bonus like flying stages. But in this game, there's like levels specifically with Super Fly, Super Speed, and Super Flame, which I will show off in a bit. But there's a skill point in this level that I want to get.
Oh, I'm not sure if this is something I should. I would probably rather say now than leaving it for
Oh,
a
sure.
possible series.
Yeah.
You know how we played Wrath on the Channel?
Oh, yep. Oh, thank you, Tofu, for the $5.
Let's
It's
go.
so
Hell yeah. For sure, among us.
Heck yeah. I see no crab, I feel sad. But
Aw.
but yes, how we played Wrath, we probably talked about a mechanic that was
Thank you
probably
for your
considered
donation.
a bug by the devs, because I have been playing Wrath recently a lot, and
Oh.
the thing, no, it does not work anymore, and it's basically how, if you would imagine 3 platforms being in a line.
Yeah. Oh, and then you break
And-
one off and it hovers.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what was before, right?
Yes, yeah.
Well, now it seems that all like the platforms that are going to be disconnected break down. You don't even get the
okay.
materials from them. You will just get materials for the one you destroy, and the rest that is going to be like disconnected are just gonna disappear.
Right. Yeah,
One
yeah.
exception, though, maybe seems that it's possible that maybe when the platform gets destroyed by a shark, then for some reason the platform still stayed. But I
Okay.
only I only know that happened only with one platform, and then I did not continue the experiment.
Right, yeah. Yeah, next
But
what you're gonna do is
this
you're gonna make
sucks.
a
This
huge
sucks
section
because
that's separated
was
by
so
one little
good.
platform.
It sucks. It
Yeah.
sucks because of how there are zip lines in Raft.
Right.
Basically, you have like an achievement for
I
getting
see
a
where this is
certain
going.
distance in
Yeah.
on a zip line, and you know, if you would make like two big platforms away from each other and then have zip lines between of them or like connecting them, then you would be maybe able to achieve that challenge and just have a really cool rap. Well, you cannot anymore. You cannot have
Yeah.
that. That
sucks.
sucks. It sucks. I don't know why they had to fix that. It was great. It did
Yeah.
not make logic, but it was great.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, I immediately thought to myself, just as you described that, I was like, what happens if you have two sides of the raft which are connected by one block, and each side is equally sized, and then you break that one block in the middle? What happens? Like, the game will have to arbitrarily choose one side to completely destroy, which is that kind of sucks.
Oh no.
You know, it's like if you had two sides, like you have like two blocks on either side of like you have a single block, and then to the left and right of that single block you have 50 blocks in a big square on each side, and then you just break that middle block. You should, like, previously what would happen is you just have two like 50 block sized rafts, but like connected kind of in a weird way, connected without a connection. But then, as you say, you could like build around that and have them connected with like zip lines or other things and have cool like double raft setups. But yeah, I'm curious as to what will happen now. Will the game just like choose one of the sides and then just like break it all down?
I want to say it has to be. It's probably not the like logic it works, but I want to say it depends on maybe the point of view or just like what are you now standing on, like which side are you on.
Right.
But
yeah.
I have honestly no clue. That's a good scenario. I have no clue. I have not tried that.
If it works, if blocks break like logically like that in the creative mode, I would try that.
I will try that. I could try that in creative. I don't have plenty of time, but
yeah. It's the official crab channel. I just saw Benji say in the chat.
I asked people to spam crabs and only 2 people did.
It's alright. At the time, I think there was only a few people here on the stream, but there's more people here now, so so maybe to get it to. No, I'm trying to do this like there's a skill point in this level. I think I'm at the right place. I think I'm like doing it in the right location. I'm just failing, but it's basically there's a skill point called oh Josie with all the crabs.
Oh god. Yes.
Oh, that's a lot of crabs.
Jonas is having a stroke in non-like voice.
Oh god.
Do I invite Jonas on?
I mean, he did.
It's not my decision. It's not my decision.
I mean,
I cannot do anything.
He did call you a Chad, which is good. So
okay, I'll
But-
leave it.
What if we will not call him Chad once he joins?
let's find out.
Jonas, your wish has been granted.
Jonas, is Rory a Chad?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Why, thank you. Ah, crap.
Down,
I'm
down.
going to donate, but I don't want to donate. I want to donate, but I don't want to spend my money. That's what I mean. I want to donate, but I don't want to donate.
Down.
I'm just curious, is there a different idol that I'm supposed to land on? I'm pretty sure it's that one that I'm supposed to land on. But I just, I feel like there's just not quite enough distance. I'm gonna check the other direction real quick. Let's see if there's another idol that I can land on. No, there isn't an idol in this direction. God damn it. Where is this idol? Oh.
Are
I
you
do this?
coding, son?
I
What?
feel bad because I'm just running back and forth along the same bit of the level, trying to do this thing over and over again.
Are you coding, son?
Yeah.
Wait, are you talking to your brother?
No!
The way your voice cracked just then makes me think that was a yes. Oh, maybe
No,
it's
he's
this island.
playing, he's playing Sea of Thieves on Xbox.
Yes,
it was
didn't you
this
say
one.
you didn't? Didn't you say he
has
doesn't
Sea of
like
Thieves
that
on
game?
Xbox. He does like that.
Or you?
Crab time for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
But he only
Oh,
plays
okay.
Xbox.
Oh my god, you just when you're talking about Sea of Thieves and we talked about
Thank you for your
bugs,
donation.
maybe it's a good time to talk about how there's a popular game and somebody basically takes the whole idea of the game, copies it, and just even is like allowed to sell it on Steam, which is
Yep,
fun.
yep.
I will give a right now I'm gonna say that there's specifically a game called Raft that's not the original game.
Yes, yeah.
And it looks just like the same thing, but just like slightly different. And I will say
Yeah.
that it's not as looking high pretty wise.
Yeah, yeah. I think I know
But it's
exactly which one you're talking about. It's just like, it's just Raft, but it's like a shittier, like like indie project as opposed to like this professional AAA project that is the original game.
Wait a fucking second, boys.
Holy
There's
crap!
a new game
Oh my god!
called Monopoly.
Monopoly
It's
Plus.
called Monopoly Poker.
Monopoly Poker?
It's free. to play.
Ah.
Yeah, it's new. June 3rd came out. It's mixed reviews already. Is it real money? Because it's like the bonus pot I see is 26,000. That's like kind of reasonable.
Okay.
But that's kind
Right.
of weird.
Jump in the
Because
water.
it says 18 plus, and like a fake poker game isn't 18 plus. It's
Use
just
the-
normal. Oh, but it could be because you can buy microtransactions of money in the game. Maybe.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
and somebody put a recommended. I lost everything 1 hour, so I don't think it's a review.
Right. By the way, I just thought I'd point out, I just unlocked swimming. I just unlocked the ability to swim.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, okay.
You have
It's okay. It's not real money. It's not real money.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Well then,
I saw
why
it
is
this
it-
review.
Alright.
This review. I don't
That's
know.
weird.
Monopoly Man made me maybe because it's gambling and like.
Oh,
kids,
yeah,
it's
very
easy
possible,
to-
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And also, you can spend real life money on the like in-game money. So.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is GTA considered 18 plus?
Sorry, is what?
I don't know.
Is GTA considered?
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
that's
it
definitely
is.
18.
There's
Yep.
boobs,
Yeah.
boobs.
Because there's
Like,
nudity.
very-
in there.
Very adult
very
themes.
unchristian.
Very adult
Yeah.
themes.
Yeah, I see Orangey. Orangey's telling all of the boys to go to Merryweather HQ.
Merryweather.
It's a.
Orange Nika?
Aiden, you might remember this. Actually, maybe I did not talk to you about it specifically, but maybe you have heard how I talked about like the knockoff versions of games. Even
Oh,
though they
yeah.
look the same. There is one. I'm not sure if Martin has mentioned this to you, but about Sea of Thieves. Do you know?
I knew about that for a while, yeah.
Do you know what the name was?
It was like King of Seas.
Yeah. Wait.
It was like something like so retarded. It was like Thieves of the Sea.
I was just about to say Thieves of Sea. That's a brilliant name.
Thieves of the Sea. We're the thieves of the sea. We
I- there
stole the sea, boys.
There's one game that I have wishlisted, and its name sounds like a ripoff of Sea of Thieves,
Oh, yeah.
but it's like some Japanese developers, I think, and it's actually really cool. Oh yeah, it's called Sea of Craft.
Oh,
And-
that's
I was gonna say, is it called? I was gonna say, is it called
And-
Tea of Thieves?
it.
Yeah, but in that game, it's super cool because you get to like build your own pirate ship, and it just looks really cool. So
Right. Ah, neat.
yeah.
Guys, are y'all excited for Slime Rancher 2?
Oh, yeah. Slime Rancher 2? Hell yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Early 2022. Okay, it's quite.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that game. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I loved
I'm not sure if it
Slime
costs
Rancher,
too
so
much. Oh, no.
Okay, can someone explain to me how I got into the same Phasmophobia lobby twice?
in your area, that's probably like the best server or like best connection you have to any of the lobbies, so it just dumped you back in the same one. That's the only way I think I can think of.
But coming back to Slime Rancher 2, like,
yeah.
also I agree that Slime Rancher 1, like, it's amazing. I still did not, like, I finished technically the game, but there's still a lot more than I can do.
Right, yeah.
And how E3 was happening and seeing like Slime Rancher 2 being actual thing, I did not know that was going to happen.
Yeah, no, I was very surprised. I
But
wasn't
it looks
watching.
yeah, exactly. Jonas posted a picture in the stream. I'm like,
it looks
this
so
looks
good.
so freaking pretty. It's so freaking pretty.
Oh, this picture's really nice. Try this one. The honey slimes. Look at them. Honey Fosters.
You did it. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's a bunny. It's a bunny on the
Yeah,
left.
I have a feeling.
Bunny one.
I have a feeling they might not have completely replaced it, but the like primary thing, like in the first game, the primary like type of animal that a slime could be similar to was the cat. So I think they've changed that to be a bunny in the second game because there's lots of bunny-related slimes I've been seeing.
Wow.
So I think that's
I would
the
prefer the
deal.
bunny, but I feel like Tiana would be a
I haven't played Slime Rancher in a while.
Right. Yeah. So I played it back in like 2018 or something like that. And
Hey, Digits.
Huh?
yeah, hey,
Who's-
Digits.
Oh,
Um,
hello.
Hey, Digits.
I feel like was it 2018? Yeah, I played on the channel anyway. And like it was a long series on the channel, but yeah, I freaking love that game. Love that game to death. So I can't wait for Slime Rancher 2. And as I was gonna say before, like I wasn't specifically watching E3, but I was just like trying to keep my eyes out for like highlights. And as soon as I saw Slime Rancher 2, I was like, immediate hype. I was like, immediately like,
I believe I was the one who told you about it, actually.
What, really?
I believe so. About Slime Rancher 2.
I feel like I had already seen it though before that. I feel like
Really?
yeah. I think because I remember.
You were
I think I remember you showing it to me, and then I was like, yeah, I'm so excited because I had already seen it.
You were like, what an explosion emoji. Like mind
Oh,
blowing.
okay, maybe you were the first person to show it to me then.
Basically, I'm replaying Slime Rancher, right? And then I'm playing, right? You know, and this is what my PC font sounded like when I was playing Slime Rancher. I don't know, bro. Slime Rancher just made my PC fonts go high blast. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean it was
Like-
a fairly graphically intensive game. I remember
No,
when
GTA less font speed.
Right. Well, I was gonna say all I remember is that I streamed the first like little bit of Slime Rancher when I first started playing it, and it lagged real bad on stream. That was back when I had my old computer. But like I could play a lot of games on stream. I could not play Slime Rancher or Fallout 4. Those are like the games that I couldn't play for whatever reason.
Well, I'm now disappointed with the graphics of Slime Rancher. I just looked at Slime Rancher 2 and now I'm looking at a screenshot of Slime Rancher and now I'm very disappointed.
I see.
I feel like he didn't change the Unity's basic light or didn't change any settings at all because the shadows in the Slime Rancher
Right.
I know it's definitely made in Unity because I can fully tell because it decompiled it as well.
Right, yeah.
Imagine being made in Unity.
The 2D art looks. 2D
Imagine
art looks good,
using Unity.
What?
Imagine using Unity.
What?
My eyes just got satisfied.
Definitely not using Unity. Exposed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was not paying attention because I was like trying to remember how the hell to solve that puzzle.
The amount of disrespect, Rory.
Imagine using a game engine.
Yeah.
Imagine not writing.
Imagine making games.
Imagine not writing.
Imagine playing.
Yeah.
Imagine being on a computer.
Yeah.
Imagine being a computer. Couldn't be me. I'm obviously on
Technology.
my I'm obviously on my landline.
Imagine breathing.
Imagine
I just took a deep breath.
imagine being alive.
What do you mean, imagine breathing? Imagine saying imagine breathing.
Hey yo, just get good and write your own life software renderer.
Exactly. That's what I did. That's why my eyes only run in 24 FPS because I had to write the code myself. I did a yandere dev style, so I put 500 ifs for no reason. That slows down my eyes.
Imagine having senses.
Senses?
Oh, finish it.
No,
You could possibly.
Bro, imagine
No,
feeling
Aiden.
touched.
Imagine having your channel logo as your YouTube profile.
Couldn't be me.
Couldn't be any of us here.
Oh, never mind. Oh, they just has a different profile picture. Oh, that's cool.
Quick thing. I believe we did not talk about the sponsor of today's stream.
Ah, right. I've had like one sip of it this whole time. It's probably cold now. It's,
Each tomato
I made some
soup.
more tea.
Alright. And also, question: can you please sleep more, please?
I feel like that's less of a question and more of like a request or demand.
That's like saying. Are
There's
you
also-
implying you don't want Rory to
There's
stream?
also invisible water. Just I just wanted to point out. There's also
As if Tiana would do a request
but
and
it's-
not a demand.
But also the invisible water, much like the tea is now cold, the invisible water is now warm. Because I've not been drinking them.
Water warm is kind of cringe.
I just like warm water.
But yes,
I love warm water. You guys are real
Me and the
weird.
homies drinking hot water.
I like
okay.
cold water.
Water.
One time I had to drink medicine, so I put the tap on and I didn't wait for it to go back to cold when it was hot because I thought it was already cold and I drank a lot of hot water. And I had the tablet as well.
Wait a moment. Can I just? Oh my gosh, I'm doing this test chamber, wondering how to complete it, and I just figured out how. There's an optical illusion room where it looks like a room, but you fall down to where the walls should be, and I just had a blue portal, an orange portal into the vacuum, not what was it called, the funnel, and then come to the exit. I didn't even have to do anything.
Okay.
Well, there was gravity.
Oh my god, this.
What? No, that's not what I wanted.
Just to interject, this level's music also, it's real weird, but I kind of love it. Maybe this game is why I love weird music.
Rory,
Weird is good.
Yeah.
when is the next Dead of Night episode?
Oh yeah, like those. I had planned, I think, for this coming week to have a Dead of Night in it, but because I wanted to get the showcase, I wanted to, because people wanted the time to be a little bit shorter. I wanted the episodes of the showcase for the game jam to come out quicker. So
Bro, I need my. Like,
yeah, the I think basically other than Stardew Valley, next week is going to be entirely all like showcase episodes. In fact, on Wednesday of this coming week, it's gonna be like what is it? On the Wednesday it's gonna be 3 episodes of the showcase.
Rory, it's been a month since the first episode, but I watched these for and it fucking finished in a week.
It's because it's a secondary like series thing, so it's not entirely surprising. But also, yeah, the last episode of Neighbors from Hell, I recorded that ages ago, and that is still waiting to come out because I just haven't had a chance to release it. So, yeah.
During the first weeks of what's it called, online school, when we had to fucking go back to online school, at Dead of Night, it was a new game, and I watched it, and it was fucking great. That's why I love it.
Yeah. Well, even like I played at Dead of Night a little after it was like a lot of the bigger YouTubers played it, just because I saw it and I was like, oh, I should try this myself, but I was in the middle of other series and I didn't want to interrupt them, sort of thing. So
Unbelievable! I'm disappointed.
Actually, it's yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say I typically prefer to try and finish every series I play. So I don't like to, it means I linger on series a little longer than some other YouTubers do.
I'm very disappointed.
Hey Jonas, did you...
Sorry.
Hmm?
I was just gonna quickly say that it's maybe now a good time to maybe, for example, since there's a lot of us, it's maybe good time now to take turns in saying what is our favorite video or series on the channel.
Yeah, favorite series might be a little bit easier to do than favorite video. So,
Still difficult.
Your series? Oh, I can't think of this one.
How many series of Rory have I watched? A lot.
I was gonna say, in
I
terms of...
have a favorite.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I
let's
have
see.
two.
Okay, yeah.
I have, it's a combination of Portal Reloaded and your Portal 2 developer commentary.
Ah, yeah. Okay, yep.
Remember?
Wait, Reloaded is the recent one, right? That's the 3 portal, time portal mod.
I think so.
Yeah, time portal mod, yeah.
I keep mixing up Reloaded and Revolution, which is I didn't really do a series on Revolution. It's still not out. I just did some early dev things when Tier 1 sent me some stuff.
I mean, I don't go and watch any of the videos again. I just watch them like one time because you upload them. Like, I mean, like, I did go back recently back to the Detroit Become Human, but I watched like 10 minutes, but then my internet was shitter, and then I forgot about it. So
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, to be fair, Detroit Become Human is one of those long series, so...
No, every time I watch Detroit Become Human from any of the YouTubers rewatching the whole thing, it's so hard to watch it all because it's like, okay, I'm gonna watch it later. Oh fuck, it's been 5 weeks. I have to restart. It's best if I restart the series. Oh, no, you know, I don't want to watch it anymore. One time I did just skip through half of the series and I was like, I understand what's going on now, but I don't know the next part. That was the best thing I done. Start from halfway through where I always stop and then watch from there.
Right.
I never do this for some reason. I never do this. Best thing I should be doing. Fucking rewatch at the end if I would. Or like do one episode before so I understand the story.
I also forgot about the super jump power-up. This comes up in a few levels as well. It's just like a single one-off like thing that like flings you into the air. It always sounded funny that you like spin like Spyro.
Oh, I now see that. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's weird how it's like a force field that does it.
Yeah, it's because all of the
You
power-ups are
walk
these...
into the magical...
Yeah, all of the power-ups are these force fields, so they just like,
Oh.
I guess, had to position them, position a bunch of force fields in those like kind of places.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this game.
Ah, yeah, this is an old game. This is the remake of Spyro 2.
But just earlier today... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
I was gonna say, just earlier today I was watching that video where you were playing Spyro and playing the skating game.
Oh, yes,
and it was like, normally you're a pretty calm guy, but it was I could see why you were getting angry at it.
Right. I was gonna say, I feel like I've also seen a comment recently of yours. I think it was, like, I saw it after I had finished already doing comments and stuff last night. Of when I was playing one of those jam games from the previous jam. Yeah.
It's funny that
I can't quite remember exactly how angry I got in that game, but I remember that game being very frustrating.
So, you know, I remember this pretty funny episode, the videos, was Untitled Goose Game, because Rory was just like, I remember one of the memories I had on the video was the cabin.
The cabin?
The cabbage.
Oh, the cabbage. Ah,
The
yes.
cabbage. Rory was so sad about this cabbage. He looked so sad.
Ooh. Yeah, I love Untitled Goose Game. This is such a great game.
Yeah.
E.
And this
Oh, yeah.
trained it well.
It can be freaking frustrating sometimes.
Yes,
though.
yeah.
Like I 100%ed it, I think, and it
Right,
was
yeah.
so annoying. Some of the NPC
Oh.
behavior.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Just because they're so like persistent. But I will say there was some cool like funny little moments where like I was able to, because the game is somewhat like physics based and there's like a bit of flexibility in the way that certain things function. Like I was able to like cheese my way, if you will, through like certain little side areas. Like the guy who stands in front of the cafe, he's like super frustrating because he always like stops you from getting in. But like if you just like keep interrupting him, keep like bringing him out further and further, you can just like run straight round him basically. Instead of doing the proper like sneaking and stuff like that. Yeah.
So Rory, you were the one who kept cheesing all the levels on Human Fall Flat.
No,
It wasn't
no,
me,
no.
dude. Oh my, you just admitted it. Where you said you keep
I will
cheesing
kick you out of this voice chat.
It was all me and Josie who cheesed the level.
Can I say my favorite?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I, as well, like I'm having a hard time picking just like one. So I'll just like name a few and like feel free to maybe comment on some of them then later. So definitely one of them was Return of the Obra Dinn.
Ah yes,
I know
I love that.
it was not for the fact that I bought you the game. Maybe, maybe, but mainly that you actually had fun playing, being a detective, and actually wanting to, actually finish to complete the game.
Oh, you just totally reminded me of the music in that game and how awesome that music is.
Yeah.
Oh, every time you like solve a new case, a new piece. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Jazz Punk. That was a series I always was happy to see a new episode of.
Yeah.
I did not know Jazz Punk was a thing, and I believe anybody would like love to watch that series. Just the jokes. I still love the one with the pigeons. Like there was the perfume.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the like I'm not sure what it was exactly like. I have 4-degree burns all over my entire
that first one. Yeah, so it starts off with you're in the first level and there's just a guy with who you give him the knocked out pigeons and he makes pigeon pie.
They threw all over.
And then he like puts it in the microwave and then gets it out. And at first, when you first talk to him, he's just like, he says something like along the lines of, just like mum used to make, or something like that, just like mother used to make. But then if you click the pie, it just like throws it in his face, and it's like a fresh pie out of the microwave. You talk to him and he's like, I have 4th-degree burns all over my face. His voice is like so...
One of my favorite jokes was the one in Flavor Nexus. You know the banana with the boot. You trip over the banana's boot, not over the banana.
Yes. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that because it's just the fact that
music.
Yeah, that you slip over. But I just love the idea that you slip over and it's like, you slipped on the banana. But then it's just the fact that it has a little boot on it. That's fantastic.
The music is great. Every time a joke
Thank you.
it's like
yeah. And then also with the 4th-degree burns one, it's just like it's funny. It's like, oh god, that's horrible. You throw this pie in his face and he's got 4th-degree burns. But then like it's just that the fact that it like comes back around at the end where there's another guy that gets bacon and eggs just out of the pan thrown in his face.
I believe it's maybe the same guy, honestly.
4th-degree burns all over my face. You know, it's like there's no way to know. There's so many of those agents.
I bet they had 4th-degree burns all over their face. I don't know what tells me this. They might have. I'm not sure.
If I could highlight one of the last, my probably top favorites, it has to be Not for Broadcast.
Yes.
I believe this game was also the one I bought for you, and it was during Golf with Friends stream.
Yeah, something
And
like that.
before that, Maddie suggested it on the Discord server, and
Yeah.
you were like, "Oh yeah, I would totally play this," and I saw that you didn't have it, so I bought it, and
Yeah.
then you got it, and you actually played it, and. Before you playing it, I had honestly no clue much what the game was truly about, but I did. I had like zero expectations. I was like, it looks interesting, and Rory wants to play it. Let's just buy it for him. Why not?
Yeah.
And it, like the game itself, just is wonderful. I myself can't wait for what's going to happen next, even if I myself have a hard time with like really heavy stories and making decisions.
Yeah.
I'm not the one that's going to be doing them, so it's gonna be. So I don't have to worry. And the fact that actually one of the devs commented on your series.
Yes, that was really cool.
That was like insane. I was like not sure if I should say anything because at one point they commented on my comment, but it was towards you. And I had no clue. Could I say something, or should I just like not? Should I just like leave them be? Like maybe they don't want to be that seen.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that guy's cool. He's the writer of the show, of the game. It's a show just because it's like there's episodes. It's like a TV show.
No. So one thing that annoyed me about this game is like I remember watching the first demo and all of it was just gameplay, like the normal bit, no story bit where you choose stuff. And
right.
And I was like, oh my god, I don't like this section, and I keep skipping through it. And I was like, oh my god, how long will this last? It's like I have like 10 minutes of video of actual gameplay. You know? This is the only part I like.
Right.
It's like if it's like a little bit choosing like, oh, kill Grandpa or no, should we let Grandpa die? Yes, no. Let Grandpa die. Okay, Grandpa's died, right? It's like, okay, maybe 5 minutes of this, that's fine. But then it's like 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Oh, fucking, hey, I wanna do this.
It does go on for a little while. Those like those moments. Oh my god, stop hitting me.
Actually, sorry, I really could like say more suggestions, but I just need to share this one because probably most people don't remember it or will mention it. And that is the series. It's only 2 episodes, but it's still I would consider it a series. Fragments of Him, if you remember.
Oh yeah. That one's a real like
Rorius guy.
Real depressing look into like like loss. Basically.
Oh, I didn't watch it.
It just happened to also be a gay couple. Slightly more relatable.
I think.
Slightly more relatable for me.
It's not a coincidence. It is not a coincidence.
Like the game itself, like I really like how it is. The game is wonderful.
Yeah.
But the fact that you had something to share with the game itself, and that you actually like allowed that editing Rory actually allowed you to like show emotion and talk about maybe things on the camera. It was really something, and probably more people should honestly watch that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't like how the game looked, so I never watched it.
I see.
I was like, this game looks boring, I'm not watching
It's just got like simple polygon graphics. There's
no,
nothing wrong
just
with
because of
that.
that. I was just like, well, I mean, I don't understand the point of this game by looking at it, so I'm not gonna watch.
I see. Well then. I mean, I suppose it's fair enough.
You played a game called, I think, Missed Messages, and I never left a comment on that video, but that was a good one.
Yeah, that's another one of those ones that hit me real hard. And
wait!
It hit me so hard because I didn't expect it to hit me that hard. It sort of came out of the blue.
Wait, wasn't it framed as like a horror to you? Didn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was.
You went into it thinking it was a horror.
Yeah.
I mean, about the wrong game.
I mean, I understand why they said it like that, though. Yeah.
I watched Fragments of Him. I thought you were talking about the game with. I was like, I did watch Fragments of Him. I just don't. Oh my god, wait. I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about Missing Translation.
Oh,
I thought that's
right.
what you were talking about. Oh no, I didn't watch Missing Translation. I watched fragments of him. I remember Rorius talking about how the shader was too easy and he found it on a tutorial.
Oh yeah, that shader that they use for making things disappear is a very, is a very
watched the
easy
tutorial.
shader apparently. Like I've seen a tutorial for it. I don't think I actually made it myself, but oh no, I did make it myself. No, because I was doing, yeah, because it was the shader video I saw was like a 2D version. It was like if you were making a 2D game and you just want something to like burn up or disappear suddenly, there was this little tutorial for that. They even had like the one in Fragments of Him was I think it was entirely white if I recall correctly, but the one that I saw had like little burn edges and stuff like that as well. So the tutorial that I followed was even more complicated than the very simple fade.
One thing I also remember from the game is the first episode where the car gets crashed, and I said, happens to me every day. Fine, you should be fine. Or something like that.
Right.
Or was it, or no, actually, it was either me saying, pussy, right? Or either saying I was almost in a car crash and almost fucking put my head.
Yeah, actually,
like that.
I do recall a comment like that on the video, so yeah, it
Yeah,
does sound accurate. Yeah.
It's either me saying I was in a car crash by somebody else's fault, or it was because I said he was a pussy. I think I said both, honestly.
You might have, because they both sound familiar.
No, it was a very long time ago. I don't remember. I have what's called dementia.
You have dementia?
Yes, obviously.
Well then.
Watch out for a bit, first of all.
How is your first video of golf with your friends still, like, in the popular section? I'm surprised by that. Like, just one view, it's...
Wait, is that,
like,
that video's in the popular section?
Yeah, it's like the second last video in the popular section.
What the heck? I never knew it was in the popular section. What the hell?
Wait, which popular section?
How much views?
Videos?
Wait, doesn't it have like 400 views, right?
Just by one view, it's popular than your developer commentary.
Wait, how much views is that? I was like, what?
Damn.
200? Oh, it's 174 views.
So it must be like a few like scrolls in. Yeah, like it's like one of the last ones featured.
Wait, Rory, you played Little Big Planet 3 on their channel?
Yeah.
Nah. That was there's only one thing I'm jealous of PlayStation's for.
Right.
Little Big Planet. I
Yeah.
don't care for PlayStation.
I loved Little Big Planet. I played
PlayStation.
I played. Oh, what is?
Hate PlayStation.
I see.
But Little Big Planet. Oh. I love
I
Little Big Planet.
Yeah, I not on the channel, but back in the day, I suppose. I played all the original 3. I played the original 3 as well as the PSP and PlayStation Vita, Little Big Planets. So yeah, I was talking about Little Big Planet. Was that on one of the previous streams like this? I feel like it was. Because I was talking about something. I think I brought it up, but I was gonna say the first game. Because I think I was talking about the fact that the first game was one of the last handful of games where I was like super excited about, like when I found out about it. I was like, got super excited because originally it started out as it was just going to be it was going to be a PlayStation Network exclusive. Oh, just a real quick note. This guy, Zap the Electroll, is voiced by Tom Kenny, guy whose voices SpongeBob and many other characters. Yeah. I remember when I first had it in the original game, in the original Spyro 2, this character here sounded exactly like SpongeBob. Like it was just exactly the same voice.
The point SpongeBob didn't even sound like himself.
yeah. But then I think for this version they got Tom Kenny to do a few different. They got him to do a couple of different voices for the. Because originally he voiced every single one of those Electrolls, but in this version he only voices like 2 of them. And they made it so they did different voices for the 2 different Electrolls.
The meme I made about Lonely Old Me is still my favorite.
Sorry?
The one that's like this. So, you see the one I made, this stream, I'm like, this. This is my favorite meme I've ever made in my entire life. So Minecraft, I had to reset my Minecraft security questions, and one of them was, "What was your first girlfriend or boyfriend?" Lonely old me came up in my head instantly.
I see. Well,
I mean, I was like scrolling through the options. I was like, I want to change up my stuff.
right.
And I find that one. No crap. Lonely old me. I thought of it tell you.
And I see Tiana has posted one of the more
Crazy
obscure,
hairstyle.
one of the more obscure like Rorius thumbnail faces.
These ones are so obscure. I can't honestly. Where are the limits? Is this like your peak? Is this the level of insanity you have never passed, or is it even worse?
I feel like there are ones that are like maybe not. They're on the same kind of level. There's definitely a couple of other ones that are on about the same level as that one. I think there's one that I only used once, or did I use it for the whole series? I don't remember now. I'd have to go back and look. There's like 2 other Rorius faces that are like I would say equally mad, and I mean there's that one too. Yeah, that's not the one I was thinking of though, honestly.
You are thinking of the bunny one, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, I forgot about that one. That one's also on that same level.
Rory, have you played a game called The Narrator is a Dick on your YouTube channel?
No, I haven't, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. It's a great game. I love it. It's hard though. It's hard.
Right,
I've not played it. I just know it's hard because I've watched it.
Yeah, I think I might have seen someone else play that.
Jack
but I didn't. Right.
What is that face?
That's a good one.
I think that actually originally that face comes from.
You could be someone's nightmare.
I actually think I made that face originally because I was trying to mimic. Yeah, there's the bunny face. It's not quite as mad as I thought it was. Still kind of weird, very odd, but like not quite as insane. But I was gonna say that Polybius one. That actually comes from a FNAF custom night. Oh, sorry, FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. Yeah. The FNAF Ultimate Custom Night video I did, one of them. The reason I did that face is that I had been, like, I watched Dorko, who does a lot of FNAF content.
Yeah, I know Dorko.
Yeah. One of his Ultimate Custom Night thumbnails he made, like, a ridiculous face like that. And so I was like, I'm gonna do that too. I was like, I'm gonna mimic it. I basically parodied his thumbnail for myself. And
Rory's plagiarist! Report!
No, I did it as a parody. I did it as a parody,
Rory,
sort of low-key making fun of how ridiculous his thumbnail was. And so I made it myself. And yeah, it is incredibly ridiculous.
I got that Psychonaut.
Yep, yeah, I like the Psychonauts one because I was like, yeah, mind power is. I like doing that. I did it. Yeah, there we go. There's one of the ones that I was thinking of. I made myself look like Crypto from from Destroy All Humans. I made myself. I am perfect normal human.
Let's be real though, Soma.
Oh, the Soma ones, yeah, those are.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say they're mad necessarily, but they're amazing in my opinion.
Excuse me, they're not mad. Look at this.
I do love how they devolve. I'm kind of proud of the way I did my thumbnail faces for that game. Cause I
love how these guys devolve and not evolve.
It will devolve because it starts off with me as just a human. But like I'm doing the face, and then I turn into like a glitchy mess. And like my perception of reality starts disappearing. But then later on, it's revealed what you actually are in the game, and so I did like a silly cartoony parody version of that as me. So like I slowly turned into this horrifying monster, and yeah, and then yeah, I like that vampire one. I like that. I think I did a good job of that one.
A good fun fact for people that the last thing is actually, I believe, from a game that Rory would cosplay as.
Well, I wanted to cosplay as it, but I never could because I could never get the wig right. Yeah.
Do you think he
would dress up as a weapon.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that, Jonas?
Do you think he'll be buying? Rory, do you think you'll be buying the Steam Deck?
I can't even buy it. It's not available in my region.
Oh,
Nothing Valve makes is available in New Zealand.
It's actually quite expensive. Wait,
it is
I'll
actually
show
a
you
bit
the
expensive.
prices.
Yeah,
No, but I think that would be worth it. Like, if I'm on a plane, I could be playing what? Fucking Stardew Valley. Amazing!
You can do
And
that
also,
on a
it's technically
Switch.
a mini PC.
I don't have a Switch.
I do have a Switch. I do have a Switch.
But
no,
a
think
Switch
about
is
it.
available in your region.
It is available in my region. You're right.
Listen,
And I have played
so-
one before because my brother has one.
You can play Portal on a
really,
thing.
no,
I have not
this
played
is
Portal,
like a
so-
PC, right? Somebody will definitely figure out a way how to mod it or add custom storage. So I feel like I'll be able to download Snap
Yeah.
and basically
What? That's like a horror man's face.
I love that.
What?
That's when I broke out the warp tool and I started using the warp stuff.
I thought the vampire.
I'll tell you how much. So
Hey, after,
600.
There's many levels of
So-
insanity in that particular series.
Just a little. No.
every
okay, Rory.
every episode has a brand new face in that series, I think.
Rory, listen up. So the cheapest one of the Steam Deck for you would be $687.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the most expensive one for you would be 1,100 and something.
Yeah.
And the middle one would be 904. That's quite expensive.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
it is
I mean,
wrong.
it does run. Like it says it's gonna run the AAA games.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be able to, because it's basically just a computer in a handheld.
Yeah.
So it
says
should
we
run.
partner with AMD. So
Yeah.
GTA 5 would run quite well because AMD does good CPUs and GTA is mostly
Yeah.
a CPU basically. So I know GTA would run well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say. Oh wait. It doesn't
Yeah.
say anything with the GPU. It just says the CPU. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's the thing. I think the idea is that it's not gonna run things at like super high graphics, 1920 by 1080.
Yeah, no,
shit.
no, like
But
yeah,
it's
'cause
gonna
the Switch.
Yeah, you could run stuff at like 720p at pretty decent frame rates for a handheld
On
sort of thing.
the Switch, when you're holding the Switch, the 720p, 30 to 60 FPS. It really depends on what the game is.
Yeah.
But if you go on the dock mode, it's 1080p. It does 60 FPS because you know it's always at constant power. I think this might be quite good. It might be. I'm not sure if I
Yeah.
would buy this because it's quite. expensive.
It's incredibly tempting, but yeah, again, nothing is available in my
expensive.
nothing Valve makes is available in my region, so I can't buy
because
it.
I think it'd be
Even if
quite
I
nice
wanted
next
to.
to my Nintendo Switch. You know, because
Mm.
it's like I have a Switch and then I have a duck. And then if I go on an airplane, you know, I don't have to be playing fucking Mario, which I don't quite like Mario, but like I could be playing something like Doom Eternal, you know.
Spyro.
Yeah.
It'd be quite nice. Imagine somebody watching somebody roll up on a plane playing Doom Eternal on their Steam Deck. Well, actually, my Switch has Doom.
Isn't
my Switch
Doom
has-
Eternal on the
Switch has
Switch?
Doom. Yes, it is. I just
Oh, yeah.
realized.
Yeah,
Yeah, Doom
it's
Eternal. But I think about it. Okay, other games. Crush, boom.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably
It's just the theme rock. The big selling
Someone
point for
post
me
the
is the.
history of Rory Creepface.
Okay, yeah, that Pandemonium video, that is like the first example of me doing a crazy thumbnail face. But also, I made myself look like the Jester character in the game. But also, weird thing about that video is it's such a it was the first video I ever did that was like me trying to make this like to try and do YouTube more frequently, because prior to that video I'd only really uploaded like 4 or 5 videos, and it was like I did the developer commentary stuff for Portal Unity, and I had done like an episode of Super Meat Boy and of course the Golf with Friends videos. But that video was like the first of me trying to do YouTube, do YouTube properly. And that video for some reason is really popular. Like it has like hundreds of views, and I don't know why. It's such a random, obscure video. Maybe I should do a series on Pandemonium, because maybe that series would do well.
There's only one video from Pandemonium.
Yeah, because that's like I just did it as like a one-off because I was trying to test my recording software. Because the reason I did that is I recorded Command & Conquer Red Alert 3 as you posted there. I've recorded some Red Alert 3 episodes, and it was like all the video was all weird, like it wasn't recording properly. I think it was like, there was a weird like glitchiness in the video files, and originally that problem was being caused because I didn't know that if you, oh, I got a skill point. I didn't know that if you ran OBS in, like, in order to run OBS in 64-bit mode, you had to run it as an administrator. And I hadn't been running it as an administrator, so it was running at 32 bits. And so it was like, the video quality was just poor. So yeah. I like the jazz funk one as well. I think I did a good job with blending my face with it. And of course, yeah, there's me and like a pile of the meat from Carrion. The Doge one from... I love it.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's courtesy...
What the...
Oh, right, I was gonna say, the dog one is courtesy of Yalan.
Listen.
I think it was Yalan.
Yeah.
So, okay, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? So, Fruit Ninja is being made into VR on Steam for 11 bucks. What? Fruit Ninja VR.
Okay, weird.
That sounds pretty cool.
Fuck?
Yeah,
Basically,
actually,
Beat
that would work
Saber,
for
but
me as well.
older.
I feel like it would lend itself well to VR.
It was
Yeah,
made in
yeah.
2016? How did I know this? Fruit Ninja VR 2 is coming out in late 2021. No way, boy. Fruit Ninja
Hey, can I ask
VR
everyone-
2.
Can I ask everyone something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess we could wait till Tofu gets back, but like I was just interested if anyone here submitted a game. It'd be cool to hear like some of their thoughts and their thought
Right,
process
yeah.
behind it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like we could
That's
take turns.
a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, wait, we'll wait for Tofu to get back to mention that. I was gonna say,
Alright.
Wait.
what was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna say about what we were talking about before. Shit.
Oh, sorry.
Crap, that's alright, I've totally forgotten. Oh, no, it wasn't what we were saying. It's what I'm doing currently in the game. I was gonna say, this mission here that I'm doing right now, where you have to like collect these like energy orb thingies and shoot them into these little receivers. This is one of the missions that was like, would cause me legit rage. Like hardcore rage when I would originally play Spyro. Because
They also have their own.
yeah,
They also have their.
these enemies, the gear grinders, or what I think they're called, the gear grinders. They basically keep popping out of these buildings and like stealing these little energy orbs. And originally they would spawn endlessly and constantly steal them, and it was just so hard to actually get all the orbs into the towers. But I think in this version they made it so that they only have a limited amount of spawns. So they made it a lot easier.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fruit Ninja also has its own Discord community.
Right.
Fruit Ninja has its own. And also for number 2, you can join the playtest. Rory, join the playtest. Join the playtest. Join the playtest. Just in case they give you access on YouTube. Fruit Ninja VR.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to join the playtest.
What? Fruit Ninja VR 2. I would love to be able to play Fruit Ninja VR 2.
Like, again, I feel like that kind of game works well in VR. Like, I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for like, but like, it can't, but like, the reason why it's just retarded, very dumb for me is because, like, I remember as a little kid, you know, fucking 2D game on a fucking tablet or phone, just sure. And now it looks very weird, it's made like a big company for VR, has a Discord server.
No. Okay. I think.
Why?
Yeah, I think. So, like, just quickly on this again, I was gonna say, I have a feeling that they changed the way this mission works, because, like, as I was saying, like, they made it so that, the enemy only has limited spawn. I have a feeling they made it so that you actually can't finish this mission until you kill the 10 of the enemies. And, I mean, maybe that's how the original mission worked, but I never knew that. They never suggested that when I'd originally played the game. Or I would skip the dialogue, so I never realized that was how it worked. I just remember running backwards and forwards, putting the orbs back in place constantly, and just getting really frustrated with that mission. But in this game, like, it tells you, like, how many you've killed. You need to kill 10 of them, and you have to keep going back and forth placing the orbs in place in order to get them to spawn, so that you can then kill them and then place the orbs back in place to finish the mission. It's weird. It's a weird mission in this game. But yeah, anyway. Oh, the tofu timed out. I was also gonna say, I realized, like, for 3 of these streams now, I was talking about, like, how my brother and I, like, there was a story I was sort of telling, not trying to tell, but I was sort of intending to tell, of, like, my brother and I playing PlayStation 1 games. I think, Tiana, you started it with, like, a question about, like, Mike's,
your experience?
Yeah, talking a little bit about your childhood with games. And I realized that I never came back to, the original sketch. The first sketch that I, like, saw, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. This is awesome.
This is going down in history.
This is going down in history.
I still think you should do a parody of, like, just, I don't know, in your style of that song.
Yeah, I would, but I think it is, like, while all the song pieces are available, the song's still copyright claimed.
Copyrighted. So. Yeah, it probably is.
If you want to be a Rory fan #1.
I can't remember. There was a version of that song that Tiana and I sort of collectively, but mostly Tiana, came up with on Twitter. And I can't remember how it goes now.
Let me look for it. Oh,
okay, wait.
But while you're, yeah.
Explain to me this. Okay, Valve Index headset out of stock. Valve Index base station out of stock. Valve Index VR kit with the base stations and the helmet. Add to cart.
Right. Yeah.
What?
Because
I mean, maybe could they have like specific boxes and stuff, but like, bruh, how do they not have the individual?
Yeah, no, the Valve Index package is actually a queue.
What do you mean? You mean like
it's out of stock currently, but if you purchase it, it'll add you onto a queue, so when they do get it, they send it to you.
Oh, so the Valve Index VR kit will be in a view. Well, it tells me the estimated delivery date, but like the Valve Index headset by itself for the base station says out of stock, can't buy it, no estimated delivery.
So
Right.
Yeah,
maybe it technically be like it could be like it could be like maybe like the package is in different kits and stuff, and they just don't want to like unpack it.
That's probably
honestly,
how it goes. Yeah.
The price is not that bad. I'm thinking about it. I thought £1,000 would be pretty bad. When I'm thinking about it, for a Valve Index, £919 is not that bad.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The Index is high tier, like expensive VR equipment.
The HTC Valve, like the HTC, what HTC Vive #2 is like the same price. Yeah, it's not.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's like
Rory, the price is different.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. Oh, just a random note, just a real quick. You can't breathe fire underwater, of course. So when you try and do that, you just breathe bubbles.
That's what I love about games.
But yeah, as I was gonna say, so I got part of the story I got up to about my brother and I. Oh god, I keep forgetting how these guys attack. They I mentioned that it was like initially, my brother's 5 years older than me, so like he's between 4 and 5 years older than me, and he often like got stuff, and then I got to play it like way earlier as a young child. So like he was 9 when I got, he was 8 or 9 when we got the PS1, and I mentioned that like we got it for like Christmas. Mostly it was him getting it for Christmas, but we both played it like a lot, so it's, oh my god, 10 hours. But I mentioned that we like there was a friend's house of his that he was like playing Tekken 2, and when my parents like picked him up from that friend's house, they saw him playing the PlayStation, and my brother was like having a great time, so they were like, oh, we should. They like planned it. They were like, oh, we should get this for Christmas. Get it for him for Christmas, and that sort of preceded the way that we came across games, my brother had another friend, a different friend, who I was actually friends. He was friends with like the older brother, and I was friends with the younger brothers who were twins. It's complicated, a little bit complicated, but it's basically like my brother was friends with the older brother, and I was friends with the younger brother. So we were like, our families were good friends with each other. And this particular friend of my brother's, the older brother of my friends, for whatever reason, I guess they're a little more wealthy than our family, so they could afford to get stuff a little easier, like, a little better.
Your family?
Well, I mean, we live in a wealthy area, so like we're not exactly poor, but we live around people who are a lot wealthier than us. Let's just say it like that. And so this friend of mine, and specifically their older brother, would like get games or consoles, and my brother would tell my parents about it, or I would tell my parents about something that they had, and we'd end up like getting games because of them. So like the fact that my brother played and then I played like Final Fantasy is because this friend of my brother's had like Final Fantasy 7 one day on PlayStation, and so like my brother saw it and was like, oh, I want that, and so that preceded like me and my brother playing like every Final Fantasy since then. It's like to some degree, and things like I remember they got a PS2 when the PS2 was still very new, and I was like, that was the time when I was like, oh my god, I really want a PS2, like I want to get a PS2, these guys have a PS2, please get us a PS2. And that's why I always claim that the PS2 was once again, it was not the Christmas present. I've always claimed that it was a present for me and my brother, because I remember I was one of the people. I went to my parents and was like, I want this. I want a PS2, please, because I saw my friends playing PS2, specifically the game Twisted Metal Black. Twisted Metal games had been around for a long time, but I'd never played any of the Twisted Metal games. But Twisted Metal Black was the first PS2. Oh, no, you posted it, I see. I'll mention it in just a sec. Oopsies. Hit the Windows key. Yeah, so I saw them playing this and I was like, oh, I really want a PS2. I want to play this game myself. The Sweet Tooth is like the main, Sweet Tooth the clown is like the main character of that series. And in that game, he literally has a fireball strapped to his head.
How old are you?
PS2, I would have been like about 8, probably.
I used to have a PS2.
Yeah, it's a cool game. It's like a Demolition Derby kind of game, but all the vehicles have like unique properties, and all the characters that drive them are all real nutcases.
When I was like 2 years old, I had a PS2.
This is something for an 8-year-old child.
Yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, it's. What's funny is that. That game. Firstly, yes, that game is very dark. Like that. If you play the original version of the game, there's like one of the features is that it has all these cutscenes. The main premise of the story is that people partaking in this Twisted Metal competition. The person who runs the competition is like this demon guy. His name's Calypso, and his deal is that also when you get the Super Flame power up, you get these cool like effects in this game. You get these strikes.
Rorius, you're old, because when I had a PS2, I was baby boy. I was baby boy when I had a PS2. I was like 2 years old.
I mean, I was
Very
8.
old.
I wasn't exactly old, but I was 8.
Yeah, but I was like 2 or 1 or something on a PS2. I was baby boy.
Yeah.
Hey, how old are you? You're like 30 or 26.
Not quite. 27.
26. 27?
Yeah. I always
Hey
love
guys.
I love the yeah, go ahead.
I'm playing a Portal 2 map, and there's a lot of something. You guys want a hint of what that thing is? I'll tell you up on one thing. It's still here. There's 1 million turrets in one room.
Is it the Portal Epic Edition or something?
No, I'm doing community chambers.
Oh, okay. Also, once again, real quick, when you have Super Flame and you go underwater, it turns into like this like ice flame. Oh shit, I missed. So
Well,
your effects, instead of having the cool like stripy red effect, the yellow effects to say that you got super flame, it turns into this blue. Your horns go blue and they becomes water. Oh, or becomes like
Are you
ice.
still there?
Yeah. Anyway, as what was I saying? Yeah, Calypso. So he's like his appearance changes every game. That I think the one you showed was from Twisted Metal like 3, one of the earlier ones. Yeah, he's like this weird like demon, and the reason he's a demon is that he promises if you partake in his competition that he will grant you a wish of your choosing, of whatever you want. And I think some character like I feel like in one of the games, Sweet Tooth like kills Calypso and becomes the new Calypso, gains his like demonic possession, and he runs the competition the following like game. Yeah. But yeah, it's this weird creepy guy who runs this show, and there we go, yes. And so all the characters that are in it are all like people who are all down on their luck in some way, who just want some kind of wish to be granted. But of course, naturally, because he's like a demon thing, the wishes are always like those classic like be careful what you wish for kind of wishes, where they get what they want, but it always has like a cruel twist to it. So like I think there's one of the characters in Twisted Metal Black. Oh, so all these wishes, whenever you finish the game, you're in the normal version of the game, you're supposed to see a cutscene which like plays out like their epilogue. I think that every character in the original version of the game has like a prologue and epilogue. What's weird is that I remember the prologues and epilogues, and yet in the PAL version of the game they cut them out because they deemed them to be too like gruesome and cruel. So they cut them out. But I have this memory of all the cutscenes and how they played out. So I don't know how I got access to those, because I played a PAL version. I live in New Zealand.
One of my games, the game I played on PS2 was this Robert game. You were like, it was 2D side scroller, and you were like Big Robert. I forgot what it's called. Oh yeah.
Oh crap. Right, yeah. I don't remember. I can't say. Sorry, go ahead. Oh crap.
You probably said that, but I heard crap.
I see, yeah.
It was called Banzana Bros.
Ooh, yes.
Bro, this game, wait, I'll take a screenshot.
Okay.
I'm ready to
This game is crap. I sometimes get an emulator just to play this game right here. Wait, my internet's very bad. It'll take a long time to upload this image. This game's so good, honestly. Very hard. Very good. What if...
Oh, just really quickly, because we never returned to it before. The thumbnail faces that I'm... Bonanza Bros. I can't say I've ever seen that.
Emulator and
Oh,
play it.
Game Grumps played it.
Wait, you have a PS2. Buy the game. Buy the game. It's a pretty good game.
I don't think I'd even be able to find it. I've not even seen it. Wait,
okay, anyway,
what was that about, Tiana?
I'm going.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Oh, see ya, Jones.
Take care.
Oh, what was I coming back to?
Bye.
Oh, the thumbnail faces that I thought were the craziest. Yeah, it was it was one of the Slime Rancher thumbnails. I don't know if it was for all of them. It was like me as a slime, me as like a purple slime. It was one of the craziest ones I think I've ever made. And also the thumbnail face that you showed before of the Destroy All Humans, like me as an alien. I think some of those are some of the craziest ones I've done, I think. I don't think I can do anything else in this level. I think I need to come back. So let's get out of here. Also, yeah, yeah. You make me look very handsome. What was the? Yeah, there's Calypso with his long hair. I think Calypso and Twisted Metal Black had like this bald. But yeah, the characters in Twisted Metal Black, like I was gonna say, one of them was like a cop, who his like backstory is that he witnessed his like partner, his like police partner, get like murdered in front of him, and he was like a sniper, and he was supposed to like protect his partner. I think this is how it worked. He was supposed to protect his partner, and he failed basically. So he wanted to like revisit. He wanted to like go back to his wish was that he wanted to like go back in time to that moment so he could do his job right. But I feel like what happened instead is he successfully saved his partner, but then he ends up getting killed because he's his like I think because he snipes and kills the guy who was about to kill his partner. Like one of the other bad guys who he was trying to who they were trying to thwart ends up like coming into the room that he's in and murdering him. So that's like his twist, his cruel twist ending is that he ends up dying instead. Yeah, there's like characters with all the characters in that game are like twisted, hence Twisted Metal. Oh, did I? Oh, I got enough to get the speedway level. I never liked the speedway levels in Spyro. The levels where you're like just flying and collecting stuff. Never liked them as much. Right. So back to the story. Yeah. So the friend's name is Tim. My brother's friend Tim would play games. My brother would play them at his place, and then like we'd end up getting those games ourselves. And so a lot of our games that we came to know and love were because I love them because my brother loved them because he saw them at a friend's house and fell in love with them. So yeah, it's like a little weird lineup of people involved in the reason why I play the games that I do and I like the games that I do. So yeah. That's all I really wanted to say. It took me like 3 streams to get to it.
I wanted to talk more about this, but it's gonna be difficult, you know.
Yeah.
But it's so cool to like. I'm not sure why exactly it's cool to hear you talk about your more personal life. If it's just because you usually don't get a chance to, or because I'm your friend, or because you're like a little bit different generation.
Right. Yeah. Probably a mixture of all those things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear about that, and even like talking about the people around you and how they possibly affected you into the person you are. It's
right,
crazy,
yeah.
and it's nice to hear about, even if it's sad.
I was gonna say I just somehow managed to do that speedway first try, but I will quickly mention in this game the speedways don't just have the speedway like time trial thingy. They also have bonus missions that if you just like redo it and go back into the level, there's like NPCs in the level who you can talk to, and you can do extra stuff.
You can do also, you can like flex.
well, usually in this particular case, it's like there's these weird like missions where you have to like fly. You follow Hunter. Hunter is apparently like he's like good at all the sporty things, so like flying, like jumping, and like I think there's some rafting bits in like the 3rd game. And in this particular one, the way this works is that you have to wait for him to go through a ring, and when he goes through a ring, it turns green, and you can go through it. But this ring slowly shrinks, so you have to like keep up with him. And some of these missions get real hard in the later speedways. Yeah. Side note that I keep returning to because I remember seeing stuff about this. Oh, actually, before I do that, because I keep forgetting to say it, in these speedways in this particular game, I think in 2 and 3, you can actually like when you land on the ground, you instead of just running normally, you go into a super sprint. So they have like in the first game, like there was no like land-based gameplay to these like speedways. But they decided to add in like a super speed. If you just land on the ground and hold square, you like go into like super speed mode, and it's neat because it varies it a little bit more. I was gonna say like Hunter is I mentioned he's like a fan favorite. He's also like, as far as I know, as far as I've been told, he is quite the furry fodder because he's just like a likable, fun, like a leopard, I think. And so he is he's quite popular in that community as well. It's as far as I know. I can't verify that. But
Is it possible that this today's stream is gonna be shorter than usually?
I wasn't planning to make it shorter. I was just gonna play some. I was just gonna like play some Spyro in chat. So originally it was gonna be multiplayer, but I when I came to decide, like, to think about
Screw it.
yeah, I literally, like, last night I was like, oh, screw it. Actually, last night I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just just play some Spyro. But I
just screw it. He just fucked it.
Yeah, you can't say fuck it in the thumbnail, in the title of a video or a stream or whatever. You'll get demonetized. So I said screw it instead. Hopefully that's PG enough that the stream won't be completely demonetized or whatever afterwards.
Fuck you, YouTube monetization.
You could put like a thing that doesn't, like, you could just put fudge.
Sure, I could have put that. I also thought of putting to hell with it instead of screw it, but I was like, ah, no, I'll risk it. I'll risk putting screw it in there.
You just should have said it like it's your evil plan that you fooled everyone.
You are all fools. I was gonna just quickly mention as well, in this game, oh, I keep nearly skipping the cutscenes, but I want to show the cutscenes because some of them are cool. There's an NPC I keep talking to called Moneybags, and his deal is always that he's supposed to be one of the helpful people, you know, he's supposed to be like a friendly NPC, but he charges you for stuff. Like he always has things locked off, and you have to pay him gems to unlock them. So he's like a progression thing, like he's designed to like stop you from being able to progress until you get enough gems to progress. But like in doing that, he's kind of a bastard, you know. He's like, there are areas like he won't teach you how to swim until you pay him a certain amount of gems and stuff. And so he kind of becomes the bad guy. Not literally the bad guy, but he becomes like kind of a bad guy. And I believe, yeah, at the end of the game, the main good guy characters basically like not trick him, but they like force him in a funny way. Totally funny. Force him in a funny way to like give all the gems that he took from you back at the end of the game. So as you're playing through the game, like you're having to spend your gems all the time to get places, and then at the end of the game you get them all back, and so you get the like max gems at the very end of the game. Like in the first game you didn't have to pay anyone gems, so at the end of the game you had like 14,000 gems was the final number.
Yeah, no, what the heck?
But in this game, you're having to constantly like bleed gems to Moneybags, and yeah, eventually you get all like, I think in this game it's 2,000 or something. No, 2,000? 20,000. There might be 20,000. Yeah, because I think the original game it's 14,000, so this game is 20,000. Yeah. Yeah. So you kind of extort him of all his earnings, quote unquote, that he made you pay him. Oh, how does a little crab abuse in this game make you feel, Tiana? Oh yeah, I'm currently abusing crabs. Because the crabs are the main enemy in this level.
I have the stream on low resolution. No, I don't see the crab.
Okay, I'll show you one. I'll find one. I think I first have to
find me the boy.
Fill this room with water real quick.
A good thing is that I don't actually like seafood, so I can have a high appreciation for the crabs.
Yeah,
for the crabbies.
Oh, crab meat is so delicious though. It's so good.
I do.
But
crab.
chicken is better.
I mean, chicken is good. Don't get me wrong.
But coconut curry crab.
Yeah. Oh. It makes me hungry.
But chicken.
Oh god. Oh crap.
I swear, if some of you are gonna pull out like a forest reference, I swear to God.
See, here's a crab here. If you can see it, it's a little bit hard to see just because it's on the roof. Actually, there's one on the roof too.
Wasn't there like coconut curry something at like one of the Jamaica? Something like that.
There probably was.
So cute crabbies.
Yeah, other thing is they shatter into bits when you kill them.
How
Like,
does Spyro has so much strength underwater? In the, like in the skies and like
Yeah.
on ground, I get it, but underwater, really? Really?
Well, he has horns, so you charge into them.
What do you?
Totally,
He has
totally
horns,
logical.
but how do you charge underwater with this body?
With
You wiggle.
With what?
I couldn't have put it better myself. You wiggle.
Just
You wiggle
But
real
you're
hard,
not-
and then you charge into it.
Alright, quick question.
Yeah.
Why don't you play Roblox? It's really fun.
Just cause.
What do you mean, discuss?
Well,
You think there's something weird on there? Did a
It's-
traumatizing
well, I mean,
moment on
if you
Roblox
if you look back far enough, there is a stream where I played Roblox. And
I still cannot find it. I
yeah.
tried, I cannot
It's-
find it.
Oh, okay. I thought I sent it to you. I thought I sent you the stream.
What? No.
Oh, okay, because it's the Space Engineers stream. It doesn't look like a Roblox stream because it's Space Engineers.
Of course, no, it does not. Let me look.
I was gonna say because originally we were just playing Space Engineers, but then I after playing it for like 2 or 3 hours, I think no, how long did I play Space Engineers? I was playing with German. German was trying to show me like Space Engineers, and also this is one of those like moments that were like was legit terrifying to me as a kid when you're in the water and stuff, and there's these robot sharks that are
I
in this.
do get that.
Like that terrified me just purely because they're invincible unless you have the super flame, and so if you go near them, they just like immediately hunt you down and eat you. One hit kill. So they terrified me as a kid. Also, yeah, you have infinite breath as Spyro. Like that in what. This is one of those nice
Yeah,
games.
how
that's
does that work as well? Like, excuse me, where's the logic?
Oh, and I love that the sheep are the things you get health back from in this level. But because this level becomes like it starts off like dry, and then it becomes like watery as you play. So they had to come up with a reason. They had to come up with a reason for why you were able to still get health in the end. So they gave the sheep little like underwater breathing helmets. They're little like astronaut style bubble helmets.
That's adorable.
I love it. I love it. The idea of swimming sheep. It's brilliant. Also, I just realized some chat. Oh my god, my YouTube is completely like shut down. An error occurred. I'll just refresh it.
Yeah, just refresh it. That's gonna solve it.
Yeah. Okay. What was I saying before? Oh, breathing. Yeah. So like they were nice in Spyro, and they were like, you know, no one likes having the time pressure of like underwater bits used to scare you. Same. Games that had like time pressure when you're underwater freaked me the hell out, and so yeah, this game not having time pressure for that was really nice. I really appreciated it. Okay, there's some doors that I have to break with the super flame. Where is that? Actually, this one in this game it's not really super flame like it is in the original. It's more of like a super. It's like fireball. More like fireball. I think it's still called super flame though. Because like in the first game, there's like a super flame, which is just like your fire becomes like purple, and it's still a regular flame. And in that game, the effects are actually different for every game, for every power up. Spyro gets like a different like pattern on him, which I think was really, it didn't happen in the original games, but I think it's a neat addition that they added to the Reignited trilogy. It's like giving Spyro like these cool patterns whenever he's powered up. Yeah, when you're underwater, it makes you get this weird inversion of your like horn and spikes and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay. This outside area of this level is kind of cool. It's just like out in the ocean. You can't go forever, but you're just like out in the ocean, and it's just like a little exploration area. You just like roam around and collect gems. But it's really easy to miss gems in this area. I remember missing like a single one gem somewhere out here and not being able to find it for the longest time.
Oh,
no.
Because whenever you have like an open space, it's the same in the Spyro 1. But if you have like an open space that you're like collecting stuff in, it's so easy to just like miss a single instance of something. And when there's not like other things leading you to those single instances, it's like, yeah, you just gotta like stumble upon them. So yeah. Now, was there anything I was talking about before that I forgot to finish?
Well, basically, first off, I found in the stream.
Oh yes, yeah.
With Roblox.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I never finished talking about that. Yeah.
And I also found if you click on the link, it will send you back to where I found the parody. You say parody, but
right,
it's literally just.
Yeah. Well, it was because I think I started off with the here's a little lesson in villainy instead of trickery. It's in villainy, and then we well, mostly you like came up with the anxiety in audio form with the Sonic drowning sound. Anxiety in audio form.
Fun.
So
I hated
true.
it.
Yeah, it was the worst. Like, oh my god.
Trying to tame my new pet man.
It was even
Yeah.
worse because in Sonic Adventure Battle 2, in one of the Knuckles levels instead of mine, there's a extra power up you can get. But in order to get it, you have to dive underwater and go through this very
Right.
small tunnel
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
and get it before you die.
yeah. Oh, the worst. Yeah. For me, the water thing, like, cause I never really played Sonic as a kid, so I never really got to experience it from that. I only really got that at a later date. But there's this one level in Ratchet and Clank on PS2, the first Ratchet and Clank game. To start with, you have breath, and you later on in the game you like unlock an O2 mask, so you can just like breathe underwater. But you mainly get the O2 mask because you go into like a planet that's uninhabitable. The oxygen or the air is all like toxic, so you get the O2 mask for that. But it also makes it so you can breathe underwater for all the underwater related sections of the game. Nearly missed the last ring. But there's one level. There's a level of Ratchet and Clank 1 called Blackwater City, and for like half of the level you can do it. You can just like go around and it's regular level. For the other half, you have to like sneak through a sewer system to get into a different part of the city. And while you're sneaking through the sewer system, like you have to open up this like valve thing, which opens a door, but it also opens up like the floodgates for the sewer. And so for that whole section of the level, you're like running through the sewer as water is slowly rising behind you. And like there's enemies in the path and stuff like that, but you just don't have time to kill them. You just like, it's one of the only times where you just like panic rush your way through past everything. And then at the very end of the sequence, you have to climb up this like tall section of pipe, and then the pipe comes to like this top point, and then you have to like dive down. We have to like go down a bunch and then slowly rise up another pipe. And so you get to the top of this pipe and the water is rushing up behind you, and then you kind of just have to dive into the water in this secondary pipe, and then you have to just swim for your life basically. And the time you have to breathe is not super long in that game. So if you're too slow in the running part of that whole sequence of running like while the water is rising, you won't have time to swim through that path and not die. So if you die, you have to go back to the start of the floodgates area, and that gave me legit like fear, anxiety of water sections in games. It was like traumatizing as a kid. Even though I probably would have been like 8 or 9 when I played that game, but that was like traumatizing. Oh crap! Yeah, it's like the only part of that game that was like scary in any real way for me when I was growing up. Oh right, okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say you started doing Rick Astley in the in the stream chat, so I was gonna say, what was the villainy parody we did?
Basically
We only did a few lines, but still. It's...
I started with here's a little lesson in villainy.
Yeah.
This is going on in history. If you want to be a villain, number one. And of course, you continued as the classic. You have to chase a superhero on the run.
But then
And right after that, I basically continued on because I already kind of knew what was your video game gonna be about, like your future game.
That's right. Yeah.
Before even the game jam, I said you're gonna brew tea and poison someone.
That's right. You have to brew some tea and poison someone.
And I was like, yes, Rory, my rhymes are not that great. Shush.
I was like, hell yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I overhyped our parody skills a little.
But I would not mind making a parody, like, maybe just like in a Rorius evil style.
Yeah. I'd have to buy an outfit that looks like Robbie Rotten's outfit and then sing.
You don't have to buy the whole outfit if you don't have legs.
But
so.
I kind of. I see. I didn't know where we were going with that at first. Yeah, but I think that'd be a good idea. Because I think I could do a not too bad impression of Robbie Rotten's voice. My voice is like it's not good by any means, but like it's not the worst. Because I just do the here's a little lesson.
Yeah, you
it's
have
just
a good voice.
It's just the breathiness thing that I'm okay at mimicking like the breathiness of it. He's like because he's always like what's a good example? What's a line that he says? Like a normal line, not a sung line.
A normal line
what?
he says?
He always sort of goes like, what? he always he emphasizes the like H sounds, the sounds and stuff like that whenever he's talking. I can't think of a good example of that though. Because like I never watched the show. I only saw it through memes and shit.
I as well.
Oh
but
my
actually,
God.
talking about the costume itself, isn't your mom like a teacher with?
Yeah, she's a fabric teacher, so yeah. Theoretically, I could get her to make me one, I suppose. I would
will commission her in order to
commission my mom. Holy crap.
Mom.
Can you make this for me, please?
Wow.
Oh god. I just got eaten by one of the sharks. Oh.
Mom, I don't want anything special than this special suit in this special picture. I printed out just to show you, please.
And just for one video, like...
You know what? You can just take like a typical white t-shirt, put some like wine red paint on it, and be like, this is exactly... that.
Yeah.
And you can do some like yellow lines as well on it. And
I probably would
like...
do that. I probably would just like do it like a fairly basic like imitation version of the outfit.
But you know what? You can
fabric paint.
Yeah.
You know what? You can be like, you can be exactly. You can do like a clickbaity thumbnail just to like get popular and be like, Rick. Well, no, wait. Here's. No, wait, how to say it? Like a special thumbnail. How would you write it?
Oh, clickbait, like clickbait title. Clickbait thumbnail.
No, but like specifically, how would you word it out?
I don't know actually.
Villain number one, but crappy.
yeah, I suppose if you're going with like the classic like YouTube thumbnail.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you can do to get popular.
We are number one. We are number one. Crappy remix. No, it's gonna be but there is something. We're number one, but it's...
But I sang it so you don't have to. But I made it crappy so you don't have to.
Yeah. Turns out I'm not as... I think you're better at coming up with those titles than I am.
I am always here.
I'm bad at being clickbaity. I always like... Because I'd probably end up doing something like we are number 1, but it's Rorius. It was something like that, which doesn't really work. That wouldn't work as a clickbait thumbnail. It worked for people who know me, but no one else.
Yeah. I sort of hate this, like, how to say it, like, I kind of sometimes hate these, not thumbnails, but, like, I sometimes hate how the names for videos are worded out exactly like,
Right.
I did this so you don't have to.
Right.
I feel like that's kind of like, it almost offends me in a way.
Right. Yeah. It's like, how dare you assume that I wanted you to do it for me? How dare?
I'm more like, come on, why? Why are you gonna be toxic?
Yeah.
Also, can you bring in the tofu boy?
Oh right, yeah.
In.
Yeah. There we go.
You should just give me the. I would just make it
privileges.
easier if I could make people appear here. I would give me the power. I will do it for you.
Thank you. Sorry if I was a bit obnoxious with those messages. I apologize.
Oh, I didn't even. Oh, I see them. I see them now. That's all good. I don't know if it's just on my end, but Tofu, your mic is super loud.
I'm sorry. Is it good now?
Aiden's doing crazy things with his mic, and honestly, it's unexplainable.
Okay, it's completely unintentional. Basically, I used.
Yes.
So basically, like half a year ago, my microphone that was on my headset. It came with the headset. It fell off, and like I couldn't repair it.
Okay.
So instead of just buying a new one, I used my school webcam.
Right.
And yeah, I just hooked it up to my PC, and now I use that. And sometimes it falls off my desk. And...
I see. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. I remember, usually, if anything, your microphone's a little quiet on average. So I usually have to boost your microphone, but for some reason this time it was like super loud. So yeah, that's all good. It's all good.
Did you just notice that Spyro has, like, it looks like it has different colors when underwater?
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about before with the like superpowers. Like while I've got the ice flame, I have like inversion colors on my horns. As soon as this runs out, there we go. Now I'm back to normal colors. Yeah, because the game, they decided to make it so that because it didn't used to happen in the original game, but now they made it so that whenever you get a power up, like you get cool patterns and stuff like that. If I was able to be on land, which there's like one area in this level which I can be on land, instead of having the inverted colors thing, I'll have like little tiger stripes, the flame related tiger stripes. But yeah, it's hard to get on land because it's only like 1 bit. Oh, it's here. It's right here. Yeah. So if I'm on land, see, I have all these cool like glowing orangey yellow color and got stripes. It's cool.
It's kind of cool. Yeah, it's done well.
Yeah.
But yes, the reason why Aiden is here is to talk about his game development.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I originally did not join for that purpose. I joined just to talk to you guys.
Right. Yeah.
But.
You'd rather focus on our friendship than on.
Wow.
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 Self-promotion. Wow.
Yeah.
What a beautiful thing, guys. Hit that like button.
Subscribe for more wholesome content.
This is so
family-friendly YouTuber.
I was just trying to mimic that like cliche YouTuber thing.
I see that sometimes, and like I just utter cringe.
It's such cringe.
But in all seriousness, I could give any questions, or I can give a development history.
Yeah, I mean, you could explain some of the like if there's anything like you were doing that you were like, oh, that's interesting, I'd like to tell someone that. Go ahead and tell it now. Because I believe I did, even in the episodes that I did, I talked about how like I was hoping that people when they see I've played their game, an episode of their game, that they'd make some comments on the video about like some of the development stuff. Because yeah, I find it interesting. So
I find it interesting too.
So yeah.
Alright. So I'll just give like a brief on it. Okay, so the gem theme got announced, and the theme was villainy. At first, I was completely clueless. I was honestly considering I'm gonna fail this because I'm not gonna have an idea.
Right. Oh no.
So I spent the entire first day coming up with an idea for the game jam, and at the time I was getting back into Five Nights at Freddy's, and I'm really starting to enjoy the games. So I was like, "Oh my god, a purple guy!"
yeah.
So I'm sure, as many people have noted, I've definitely taken a big Five Nights at Freddy's approach to the graphical style of the game.
Yeah.
And the entire, killing children thing. I try not to make it too similar.
Right. Yeah.
And I thought of, well, what if we do it on a cruise ship? Because,
Yeah.
I think they're cool.
Yeah.
So I spent, I would say maybe, I think 2 days creating the intro cinematic.
Right. Yeah.
And then I created a 3D scene, which is the same scene that gets shown in the very beginning of the game. Also, Benji's in the stream rating room.
Oh, there we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Benji would want to come back. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Hi, Beck.
Hi. Yeah, so that image ended up being this image that I just posted in the stream, not my quiz.
Oh, my thing is still scrolled up. 1 second.
Oh.
There we go. Oh, yes, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't notice that it looked like an office until after I played it. Yeah. I was like,
freaking asbestos floor tiles. That's funny.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, when I first played it, I was like, what is this background? I was like, this is weird. And then when I played the game, and I saw what the game was, and when I came back to it, I was like,
yeah.
I get it now.
So yeah, it was supposed to be an office, but you might have noticed. Oh, anyways, wait, before I get to that, I should probably just continue one last time.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to make it not too similar to FNAF, where you just go killing kids, because that's not fun, first of all, and second of all, that's a bit cliche.
Right. Yeah.
So I said, what's the next best thing? Goddamn Among Us. So let's add in some tasks.
Yeah.
So I write down some tasks, and I program them all in one day. Not the smartest idea, by the way. I come to realize that later.
Well, actually, that's kind of what I did as well. I did like 80% of the programming on one day. Yeah.
But yeah, so after that, so then it took like 3 days for Arunji to help me out with the pixel graphics, because, my placeholder art was questionable. Yeah, so after that was made, I finished up the last bits of programming on the last day.
Oh.
And then I realized, shit, I still have 2 major things to do, and I had work that day, so I could not get up early to go and do it. So I had 4 hours to program these features. One of those features was that office room.
Right.
Now,
I see, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And basically, you might remember this, but when you're playing the game, there's like some red text, remember? It says lawsuits.
Yes.
Right. That, you gained a lawsuit every single time. Now this part was fully functional.
Okay.
You gained a lawsuit every single time you killed a child near its parent.
Yeah.
So the problem was back to when I programmed everything in one day.
Yeah.
That screwed me up on the last day. Otherwise, I would have been able to do this.
Yeah.
And it would have been made so that there would be multiple. There was originally supposed to be 3 nights. Sorry, 3 days.
Yeah.
With each lawsuit making the next day harder.
Ah, I see.
Here's the problem.
I will say, I will just quickly interject. I did wonder about the lawsuits thing because I tried. The first night I did it, or the first day, sorry, I got no lawsuits. I managed to avoid any lawsuits.
Nice.
I shouldn't talk too much about it because I haven't released it yet. But basically I tried different levels of like getting caught and stuff like that, and not getting caught.
Right.
And as far as I can tell, there was no like effect of getting lawsuits.
Yeah, so here's the problem that screwed me up for everything.
Right.
I copped out easy, and I thought this was not going to have an effect. Basically, in Game Maker, the engine I used, you can make rooms persistent, and that basically just means it will remember what happened in the last room.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and that was perfect for me. That's exactly what I needed. Now, the problem with that is when I wanted to restart the days and enter in new values, you cannot just clear out and restart a persistent room.
Right, yeah.
You need to restart the game.
Yeah.
And, well, I had literally no fix for that.
Right, yeah. I was gonna say, I had a very similar problem. I talked about it as well. With Unity, there's when it comes to scenes, there's options for. Normally, when a scene like loads, it loads in all the details of the scene, and you can give things like to make a master object, for instance, a game master. You can pass it. Basically, the code itself has a static value that is like the default. You can make it like default master. You make a static version that just basically it's like self-referential. And the first instance of a master that appears, you make that the master, and then therefore, but if you load new levels that have a master in them, you can basically make that master check if there's another master, and if there's already a master, it'll just like destroy itself. Now, I did that for Brew because I intended to have the endings completely in a separate scene, but of course, what happened is like. All the objects that are in the original scene, I just like passed them to the master, like through Unity, and I had the master do not destroy itself on scene load, so it would persist, as you say, like the Game Maker thing does. But then none of the objects persisted, so when you load into the ending scene, like all the original objects would destroy themselves, and then. Like, the Game Master would just have a ton of empty links. And new versions of all those objects would reappear, but they wouldn't be linked to the Game Master, so the Game Master couldn't reference them. I could have fixed it by going through and making everything persistent, but I just thought it would be easier. Like, I was like, there's no point in doing that. I may as well just use the same scene and just jump back and forth between different parts of the same scene. So I had a similar thing with, like, persistence. With like stuff being persistent that I had to work with. Yeah.
Also had an issue like that, although it's slightly different. So in Godot, everything is a node in a tree.
Right. Yeah.
So I had a a singleton autoload, which is like a persistent level loaded, which was like managing pausing at the UI. So whenever you die or you click restart, it's supposed to reload the level.
Right,
Except how I was adding the bullets and enemies to the scene, I was adding them to the root node, which is not in either the level nor the game manager.
I see.
So when I reloaded the level, all of the bullets and enemies were still there.
Oh no, yeah.
So whenever I reload the level, I have to manually delete everything except the manager.
Oh my god, yeah.
In a loop, and then I reload the scene.
Yeah.
Oh. That's interesting. I mean, it works.
Yeah.
Hey, Digits.
Yeah.
After Tofu is done, do you want to talk about your game?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
And then I can give some on mine, if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh. I missed the last thing.
I mean,
I can also talk about a game. I did. I did not like the one. I did not like the game.
I'm pretty much done. It's just like maybe if I had to, I just add in one last thing. It would be just the level design and the shader. I tried to make the level design feel as if it really were a 1960s cruise ship. So,
right, yeah.
or 1970s or whatever. I looked up layouts and like I watched a lot of commercials. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call.
Oh, okay, yep.
But basically, I looked up some commercials on malls, cruise ships from the time and everything. To see how it was, and that's what I based that off of. And lastly, the shader. The shader was a lot of fun. I would probably say it's one of the most it's definitely a highlight for me.
Right.
Because it was really fun, to go about.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Actually, fun mini story before we jump over to Digits' game. I was gonna say I didn't mention this I didn't even mention this in the video that came out yesterday talking about the game. But with Brew, like when I first started the project, like as I said in the video, like I already knew like what I was gonna do before the jam started, so like I had a bit of a head start in that aspect. But like before on the day when I was actually deciding to go about doing the project, I wasn't even sure if I was gonna do it 2D or 3D. Like what I almost did, instead of doing it just 2D with pixel art, I almost did the what's it a short hike. I almost went the short hike route.
Oh.
And I was very close to instead of making it all 2D, making it all 3D, and then having the resolution so low that it's all pixelated, and then writing a shader to give things outlines, so that no matter which angle you were looking at them, they'd have like a black border around the outlines of things, so they were a little bit more distinct. Yeah, I almost went like 3D, like edge detection shader, just a basic edge detection shader, and yeah, doing it all like that instead. But A Short Hike is a great game. It's such a good game. That game doesn't have the outlines that I'm talking about, but it had like it had effects and stuff to make it look better for its 2D-ness, despite it being 3D. Yeah.
I can actually probably give an example of a movie that has like 3D but was given lines so that it looks a little bit more 2D because it's based off like a comic.
Right. Oh yeah.
It's I'm pretty. This might be the effect you're talking about. Cell shading, right?
Yeah, cell shading is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Cell shading is just it's basically like an edge detection shader that just like determines whether or not you're at the edge of an object and then renders a black outline where that edge is.
Yeah.
I've heard how Okami handles that because it's a PS2 game.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming shaders weren't as fancy back then.
Yeah. Although I will say there was another game, just to interject. There's a game that I love called Dark Chronicle, and that game had a similar shader to Okami's, where it's just like it's a cell shader, it's just a black outline kind of shader. So it definitely did exist in that era of gaming.
Yeah.
Go on, go ahead.
I don't, if I recall correctly, I don't remember if this is exactly how Okami did it, but I think what they did is they duplicated the model and inverted the normals and colored it black.
I see. Interesting.
That's cool.
That's a neat way to do it. Yeah. That's like a shortcut. Yeah, it's like a almost shortcut sort of thing. It's still not easy. It's still a lot of work to think about. But yeah, that's cool. I swear, in the original version of this boss, you could flame him a second time before he gets to his freaking attacks. Damn it. This game, the bosses are a little harder than the original Spyro, but they feel a little bit more balanced than the third game. I feel like Spyro 3 has like the least balanced bosses. Yeah, Dark Chronicle. I love that game. Dark Chronicle. Yeah, that's Max, the bottom picture there. Maximilian. Actually, his name is a bit similar to mine. But yeah, it was a really cool JRPG that it was basically like it's a spiritual successor to, and actually it's called something different in the US. The original game is called Dark Cloud, and in the US this game was just called Dark Cloud 2. But everywhere else it was called Dark Chronicle, because it's not an actual sequel. The games are, I believe, set in different worlds and stuff like that. There's no real link between the two games.
Oh, it's like Xenoblade and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. They're two separate games, but slightly related.
Yeah. The relation between the two games is that the mechanics are basically the same, or they're very similar. In Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle, the kind of premise is the premise is a little different, but it's like in Dark Chronicle, there's like you're a boy in like a town. You're Max in a town in just some area, like in a small. I want to say a small town, but it's not really that small. It's like a village, or almost like a city. But it's very like old school. It looks very much like Amsterdam, actually. It looks like Holland. You look like a little Dutch boy. You find out basically that you're oh, how does it work? You're like a wealthy kid. You're in this like mansion. You live in this like mansion, but you find out that you either had your mother or father missing your whole life, and you find out it's because like there's this weird time related thing where like your mother or father is from I think your mother is from the future, and I don't think she's your sister, but this girl from the future comes back in time because there's like this weird Time Lord guy who decided that he wants to basically erase history with this like weird time device thing that he has, and it turns out that you and this girl both have these like just posted the synopsis. You have this necklace that you've had your whole life that's like your mother's necklace or something. Turns out it's like it's that red gem necklace that he has. It's a necklace that allows you to move. Technically I think that one's supposed to make you be able to go backwards in time, but to your timeline, so like it's not useful for you. And this girl, Monica, that is like the second main character. She has a blue necklace, and her one is supposed to be able to make you go forward in time, but she's existing in the future. So once again, she can't do anything with it. I can't remember now how she goes back in time anymore, but she manages to come back to your timeline, and then you and her with your two necklaces are able to travel back and forth between 2 points in time, and like fix the things that this Time Lord guy is trying to ruin. And the way that works, the way that sort of is realized in game mechanic form, is that well, you go in these dungeons and you like explore these dungeons, and in those areas you unlock like pieces of like a town that is in the area that oh, that's right, I've learned the ability to wall climb now, by the way. I can now climb up ladders and stuff. You gain the ability to like, well, you gain these like pieces of like a historical landmark or whatever, and you basically build the town. You build these like towns that are now desolate back up with all these pieces you find in the dungeon. And if you build the town correctly, and this is the mechanic that's shared with Dark Cloud as well. Dark Cloud works the same way. Like if you build the town correctly, you get special events or special things. Specifically in Dark Chronicle, you get, if you move to the future, suddenly the town will be like thriving. If you go to the future initially, the town is like a sparse nothing with like one NPC or something in it that's all like sad and lonely. And then as you get these pieces and you build the town up to the way it's supposed to be before the Time Lord like erased it, as you build it up, more and more things appear in the future and become slowly more of a thriving future space. And in those future spaces, it's like where you would buy like upgrades to special things, like you get better weapons or better powers and stuff like that. And so it had this really interesting, unique like city builder mechanic. Plus, it's a dungeon crawler RPG game where you and Monica, you can switch between you and Monica, and each of you has like a special thing. You just use you're like a mechanic, you're like an inventor mechanic kind of guy, so you always have like a wrench of some kind as your weapon. Monica is like a soldier or a knight or something, but she's also got like a magic bracelet, So she uses like a sword, but she also has like this bracelet she can fire fireballs and stuff out of. And then each of them has like a special thing. Max, because he's a mechanic. Max also has a gun, by the way. Each character has a melee weapon and a long range attack. Max has a wrench and a gun. Monika has a sword and magic. And each character has like a special thing beyond that. Max can get inside like a little mech. He has this little like robot thing that he's built that he's able to like pilot, and you can drive around in this like mech thing and kill enemies and stuff. And then Monika has magic that she can transform herself into enemies. So it's one of those JRPGs that's got just like hundreds of hours of gameplay, because it's like you got the dungeon crawling part, the city building part. You've got like secrets within those spaces, but then for every dungeon you unlock the ability to do what's called Sphyro, which is basically just golf. So you can like, once you finish the level, you can turn the whole level into a golf course and try and try and basically golf with under a certain amount of strokes to get like special upgrades. I can't remember how they explain it, but it's some like special version of golf. And then
That's weird.
And then also, same deal. If you finish the level, you once you finish a level, the level becomes like the music changes and it becomes like really peaceful and nice and quiet. And you can then get out your fishing rod and go fishing in like some of the water parts of the level. And so there's like this fishing mini game thing. And what else is there? There's like there's just like, I think, and then when you're done with the fishing stuff, the fish that you catch, you can then put them into a race, and there's like fish races that you can do. So like the better fish you can catch, the better the races and stuff like that. And there's so much to that game, but it's so cool. I really want to play it on the channel. I have it on disc, and I also believe I have it. I think I have Dark Cloud. I don't know about Dark Chronicle. I think I have Dark Chronicle as well. I have them on PS4 as like a remake version of the same game, you know. They like, PS4 has a bunch of re-released PS2 stuff, including a game called Primal, which is another game I love. Did I play? I didn't play Primal on the channel. No, it's another game I want to play eventually. Yeah.
Why JRPGs I find more interesting than Western RPGs, because they just put so much nonsense.
Yeah. I forgot. There's also the other thing I was forgetting about is that you as Max, you have a camera. Part of the I mentioned you're an inventor, so to get a bunch of stuff in the game, you have to invent it because it doesn't exist. Yeah, Primal. That's a great game. I've talked about it before.
I was good. Yeah, and that's I knew you talked about like how you love the mechanic of like having, let's say, two characters and each of them being equally special in their own way.
Yeah.
I heard this from somewhere, and yeah, Primal. Yeah, I never listened to.
Yeah. I was gonna say just quickly on JRPG stuff on Dark Chronicle. The other mechanic I was forgetting about was the fact that Max is an inventor, and as part of the invention mechanic, holy crap, that looks good. As part of the invention mechanic, is you have to take a photo of things. You have to take a photo of multiple things, and then depending on what you're inventing, you can either 2 or 3 photos you put together to make a new thing. So like you take a photo of like I think one of them is like, what's an example? It's like a you find a picture of you take a photo of a barrel, and then you take a photo of like a gun, and you'll unlock like this weird barrel gun thing, which is like an upgrade for your mech, and it uses like parts of the barrel as well as the gun to make it like this big barrel gun thing. And so like that's how the invention system works. And so firstly, taking the photos is another mechanic. You can take photos of things in the caves and the like dungeons as well as in the surface world. Holy shit. I want it. Sushi. Oh. I'm so hungry now.
You're welcome.
Because there's a photo mechanic and you use that to invent stuff, there's also like this weird scoops system where this one guy will pay you for like interesting and rare photos. So there are missable photos. There are photos of bosses that you can take. Like bosses you can only ever fight once, and there are special photos of those bosses you can take which count as like a scoop. And so you like in some of the bosses, it's like in Zelda Wind Waker.
Wind Waker?
Yeah, where you
Yes.
can like take photos of stuff and you take. I don't know if there's any mechanics behind that in Wind Waker, but like I just remember Game Grumps, Aaron was trying to take a photo of Ganon at the end. He was trying to take a selfie with Ganon, and it was like super awkward and difficult. And he got it, but he like immediately got hit straight after taking it. But yeah, in Dark Chronicle, there are literally like you actually get bonuses for doing that kind of thing. So there's like an incentive to whip out your camera and try and take a photo of the boss while they're busy like attacking you. It's really awkward, but it's like some of them aren't too hard, but there's some of them they require the boss to be in a very specific like action. So it's not just a picture of the boss, but it's like a picture of the boss doing a specific attack, or the picture of the boss doing a specific animation that he like does like just randomly throughout the battle. So it can be really hard to get those to like line up.
It sounds like a cool game.
Yeah, it's got a lot to it, and I think it's really cool. It's got a lot of things to like about. Yeah, very very deep, and there's just like it's a long game, and in areas it does get tedious, as with any like RPG or whatever. It can get tedious if you're not super into the gameplay, but I love it. I think it's a great game. I think it's so cool. And I really want to play it on the channel, but it's gonna be like a 50-hour series. So I don't know if I'll ever get round to it because there's time. Time is limited. Time is fleeting.
So did you use Godot to make your game?
Yeah. So the game engine I'm most familiar with is Godot. So I ended up going with that. It's funny because when I started poking at game making, I did use Unity, but then I slowly fall in love with Godot.
Right.
When I first heard the theme, I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this?
I was a little bit afraid, just because you and Tofu have now said it. At first, I was a little afraid that villainy might be too broad and people might not like understand fully what I mean. That's why I added the here's a little lesson in part of it to like try and like lead people into the idea that it's like you are the villain, because you could theoretically make a game that just has a villain, and then it would technically apply to the villain or villainy category. But I was like, no, I want you to be the bad guy. I want the villainy. I want the player to be the villain in some way, or there to be villainy that the player is dealing with. So yeah. Anyway, go on.
So my first idea, trying to recall it in a way that I can put into words, was basically like you are an agent and you are, like, intrusive thoughts. It's like you go help people deal with their intrusive thoughts by letting them go through it and get it out, like a catharsis effect.
Right.
But you're actually stealing their villainy to use as your own. Was going to be the original plotline. As you can see, it deviated a lot from that.
Deviated a little bit, yeah.
And then I'm like, that's a lot to do. So then I tried to do something, like simpler, jokey, and I was like, oh, chocolate's illegal. And then that evolved into, no, you are stealing the candy.
Right, yeah. Just really quick. This little like snow leopard is so adorable.
Cute.
I had to point it out. You gotta feed it some fish.
Where is the fish? Give it the fish.
Yeah, it just goes to these little holes and then like fish jump out of it, so you gotta flame them out. But yeah. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, and it was originally going to be like a 2D side-scroller type of thing.
Yeah.
Except I was like, that requires animating things to make it look like any decent. Cause like walk cycles.
Yeah.
And like shooting animations, and I'm like, what can I do that doesn't like necessarily require that?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, Well, because I was like, oh, if I make the characters like really small, like 10 by 10 pixels, then I can do it. But then I'm like, but I want to show what the character looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm like, what do I do? And then I landed on a bullet hell.
Yeah.
So it's just like, oh, awesome! I just need to draw this one sprite and then just roughly animate it.
Yeah.
Not even pixel art animation, just in-engine animated. So that's how I ended up with the genre and story.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, and then I started drawing the sprites for the game and getting basic movement down.
Yeah.
And basic shooting.
Yeah.
And then I started working on the enemies, and then I realized that, oh wait a second, I have to change how the attacks work, because if I had to like sort of templatize it. So there's like a hurt box and a damage box, and they're like standardized. They have scripts to have like input and output on them, which is the same.
Yeah.
So then I attach that to whatever node scene I want, and because I know what's inside them, I can safely be like, hey, get this variable, interact with it, whatever.
Yeah.
It was very fun because I kept forgetting to set the collision layers, and the player's attack killed himself.
Oh no. Yeah.
It's just like, why is the enemy not dying? Oh wait, I'm dead.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. That's just one of those things that's like a very frequent mistake that I almost always make when I'm making like anything with this like projectiles shooting out of the player. It's just forgetting to like not let it hit the player. Because it's just it's like immediate mistake I always make. All right, just about to do a secret, well not a secret, but like special mission, fly-in mission. Yeah. There was something I was gonna ask you about as well with your game. I think I was gonna say as well. Bullet hell was not a genre I was expecting to see on the jam. Like that was like a bullet hell, eh? I mean, yeah, you'll see my reaction once I'm playing it. I have recorded.
Your game was quite hard, Digits. Like I had a hard time with it.
Yeah.
Like you're such a big target.
Yeah,
and I'm bad at bullet hell stuff.
Although you're not as big a target as you think. Like the it works like as soon as I sort of realized, as I was playing, I sort of realized that I was like, oh, it's like Toho. Where you've got like
that's what I picked up.
Yeah. I was like, you've got a big model, like you've got a big like sprite, if you will. But then like the actual hitbox of the sprite is only like a small circle inside that sprite. So yeah, I think that's because the way that Toho works is that on the player character thing, I've never actually played it myself. I've only ever seen other people play it. But like on the sprite itself, there's like a little white circle, and on that tiny little white circle, that's where Toby's in the AFK section again. Yeah. In the little white circle, that's where the specifically you have returned. In that little white circle specifically is where you can get hit. So like that's how you know. Oh my god, I missed one gym. That's how you know. Like that's where you're gonna. That's what you need to avoid. Just that specific part.
Yeah, because if given enough time, I would have implemented the Toho's Graze system.
Oh, okay.
Because like inside a bullet hell kind of game, it's more like your skill is what you're testing.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I went out of my way to make sure there's a scoring system.
Yeah.
And the enemies drop points because, like, you know, the points are what you're going for.
Yeah.
Right.
And also getting to the end of the level.
Yeah. I was gonna say I didn't. Oh, that's what I was gonna add. I was gonna say I never actually died in the bullet hell, but both times that I like fully got through, I think I ended on like 14% health and then 6% health on the second. like playthrough. Yeah. So and I didn't realize for some reason in the first like run through I didn't fully realize that like the little collectible stuff that you get from the enemies was like speeding up my shooting and stuff like that. It wasn't apparent to me immediately until the second time I played it. It was like, oh, I should collect the pieces like actively so that I get faster bullets and yeah.
I was supposed to have like a power like measurement, like how powered up you are, except I forgot to do that, and I was like, you know what, I don't care.
Yeah. Oh my god, that cat with the bread on his head. I know it's a plush bread, but still, oh my god.
I was going for score when I played your game Digits. I didn't know there was like an objective in terms of time survived or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it was so hard.
So the level is only roughly a minute long. I can give you a time because of how I handled the enemies.
Ah, I see.
So the enemies actually spawn in after a certain amount of seconds. So my project file for the level is there's this one array that sets up this one function that sets up an array with all of the enemies inside it.
Yeah.
And it sets their paths and everything.
Yeah.
And I had to manually type all of that in and restart everything from scratch to make sure their pathing makes sense and it's not too difficult and doable.
Yeah.
It's also annoying when I die to my own game because I'm also not that good at that.
Yeah, I'm terrible at bullet hell, so it's like I was mainly trying to survive when I was playing it.
Yeah, so I knew that if I could get through, then someone, you know, around my skill level could work, or below my skill level could work up to that point, because I'm not particularly good at them.
Yeah.
I wish there were more bullet hells in game jams, because they're really fun.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I played your game, it was really nice. Honestly.
I will just quickly add while we're for this quick moment. This is the second like hub world. I mentioned the first hub world when I first started listening to the music. This hub world has slightly different music. This is Autumn Plains. And once again, would not go amiss. Would not be unusual in a sauna. Like, all the music's so ambient and like, soothing and calm. But I unlocked the ability to climb ladders, so I'm gonna go back to Summer Forest and get the last things that I missed. Anyway, back to dev talk.
Yeah, and then I was like, so ideally I would have made more levels and a boss, but I was like, I started this jam super late. I couldn't even work on it because I didn't have my drawing tablet with me while I was away.
Right.
And I really regret that because I really wanted to draw while away.
Yeah.
Right.
Although I guess it worked out because if I started drawing then the genre probably would have been different.
Right, yeah.
And so like a lot of my programming was done in 2 days.
Right, yeah.
So that was great. I'm pretty sure that the game was probably like total cumulative hours was like 24 or maybe 1.5 days.
Right.
Before.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. So after a certain point, I was like, you know what? Let me make it look nice. After it's functionally complete. So that's when I started doing small animations, like for So you wouldn't know this because I don't write it anywhere, but the enemies that you fight are a chocolate angel and a chocolate fairy.
Ah, I see.
Guess which one's the angel?
Is the angel the like crazy like it looks like a robot, but it's like it's got like there's like this one that's made of like I can't describe it. I can't Turner fell out of the voice chat. I can't remember how to describe it. It's got like bars. I have to like I'd have to. If you posted a picture of it, I could point to it. So I can't describe it.
Well, I'll get both of them, and you guess which one is which as soon as I find out where I stored them. Oh, here we go. That's easy. Heck. Enemy. It's great because the file names don't actually specify which one is which.
What the heck? It's not animating, but there we go. The baby hat. Holy shit!
I love it because of the.
Where do you get these?
Yeah, the second one you posted. That's the angel, right?
Yes, that's an angel.
Yeah, because I was like, as soon as you said angel, I was like, oh my god, that reminds me of the biblical angel.
Yes.
The like freaky biblical angel. Also, the other ones are fairies, are they? The little, the circular.
Yeah.
They remind me of they remind me a little bit of what the hell's it called? What the hell's that name? Like I'm gonna scream, my brain won't remember. There's these like the word is completely gone from my head. I just like.
How could this happen to me?
It's
Nowhere.
Oh, there it is.
I had to, and I'm not sorry.
It's. Oh Jesus. There's an object in Skyrim that has the name of the thing that I'm trying to think of. Like a dynamo. I think the dynamo is what it's called. If I'm not mistaken. Let's just have a look. Let's look up dynamo.
Okay, you can look it up. Sure.
Just really quick. Not the magician. God damn it. How do you spell it? Magic. En. Get rid of that. Okay, it's. I mean, maybe Dynamo Skyrim. Skyrim. Maybe it's not a normal thing. I assumed it was. Yeah, see, it reminds me of a Centurion Dynamo from Skyrim. I don't know why. It just immediately reminded me of that. If you, I can show it on screen, or you can look it up yourself, or I could do this. Wait. Actually, I could just do. Oh. Discord.
There's some magic.
Oh, I can't click and drag. Damn it.
Oh.
Copy
A little
image. Paste image. There we go. No, what? Oh, someone else posted something. And I thought it was. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
I thought Dynamo was a normal thing, but I can't find any images of it being a normal thing. So.
The fairy though, as soon as I finish drawing it, I'm like, this looks edible, and I want to eat it.
Make it. Make it.
The second one scares me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jake. You only in this version you only have to press R2 and L2, or press the right stick. Yeah. It's, I was grateful in this version that you only have to you don't have to unlock it. But I know, yeah, I used it a little bit in the first game as well. I think I used it once in the first game, and I've used it a couple times already in this one. Because I'm not good enough to, seemingly not good enough to just find them all myself. I have to use sparks. Alright, where else am I going? The forest itself as well, Sunny Beach, okay. Yeah. Alright.
I don't have too much more to say, but like the sound effects, I use LMMS.
Yep.
And started combining things. I'm not a sound designer.
Yeah.
I just put things together until it sounds vaguely correct.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the music, I had to use a pre-existing one because it's just like, I cannot, in the amount of time I have left,
Yeah,
I have stayed up all night, I want to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally get that, and that's the thing is like I almost did the same thing. I almost was just like, I've just gotta download some music, but I persevered, and I was very lucky. I was very lucky to stumble upon what I did, because I just started looking up tutorials like how to make ambient music, because I just wanted to have some like dark ambient music in the background. And while looking up that tutorial, it wasn't even the tutorial itself. Like the tutorial itself didn't really lead me to where I needed to go. It was like a comment in one of the tutorials was like, if you use the same, like, the tutorial did talk about like using specifically the sound font like instrument, which was helpful, but like ultimately this particular comment like LMMS doesn't come with any sound fonts by default. So I had no sound fonts to use, and it wasn't until there was this one random comment that was like, oh, I didn't use the sound font you used, but I used this one from here, and they just said like, look up this particular sound font and use this particular instrument, and the sound font when I searched up the sound font, it ended up leading me to a Newgrounds page where someone had posted a bunch of sound font stuff, and there was like, I think like 6 or 9 different like just files you could download that just had a bunch of sound font stuff in them, and I didn't like the sound fonts they suggested for this particular tutorial. I didn't follow through with the tutorial, by the way. I just like saw just enough to know how to use the sound font instruments, and then I just basically I followed this tutorial, this comments sound font things, downloaded all the sound fonts, and while I was waiting for all of them to download, I was just messing around with the first one that was finished, and I just stumbled upon, like, there was this one guitar font thing. I wasn't intending to use guitars as the main instrument, but there was this one guitar font that I tried, and it was this like weird. It was the harmonics. It was like string. It was like guitar harmonics for some other instrument that existed in the sound font. And when I tried it, I was like, oh, that sounds like almost kind of ominous, the way it just sounded when I played it on the little keyboard thingy. And so I was like, oh, maybe I'll try that one. And yeah, it like I just played some really basic like up and down progression stuff, and I was like, perfect. This is perfect. I'll use this. Didn't even finish, like, I did finish downloading those, but I didn't finish downloading them until after I'd already made the music. So yeah, that's how that's how my music came to be. Also, this mission I'm doing now, this like, I'm gonna save turtles from becoming turtle soup. It was one of those ones that was notoriously difficult back in the day, but once again, it's easier in this version because the camera isn't awkward. The original version, this was so hard because the camera tried to be useful by having the camera be up high so you can see the whole play area, but it meant that the controls became really awkward because you didn't move the normal the way you would normally move it didn't move normally, so it was like super hard to actually line up your hits, because you gotta punt the turtles into the water. What's funny is the guy who gives you this mission is the chef who wants to cook the turtles.
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, he wants to make turtle soup. So the chef guy, he's like a pelican or something. He wants to make turtle soup, and so this is stew pot. And for some reason, the turtles just wander of their own accord into the turtle soup. They just like hop out of these little pipes and then they just like walk themselves. Oh, they're actually tortoises, but so I suppose it's tortoise soup. Yeah, close enough. But I just love that they walk themselves into the soup. It's such a little like.
Do they have some emotional problems? Do they need help?
I think they're just stupid.
It's okay. They'll get through it. It's fine.
No, they won't. They're getting killed in soup.
At least they'll know that they're been appreciated.
They probably go to the pod just because it's like warm and I don't know. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's possible, yeah.
They're trying to get shelter.
I think he's like a pelican or some kind of bird creature. I don't know exactly.
Purple penguin.
Yeah, something like that. It's hard to say, but he's some kind of bird creature who wants to eat them.
Purple penguin.
Yeah.
With actual fingers or arms. No, never mind.
Yeah. So yeah, like once again, I've missed 10 gems. Yeah, I was gonna mention this actually as well. These games, all the Reignited Trilogy Spyros, just by default have it's actually L3. When you click L3, Sparks does this little like twirl in the air, and he points towards like where the nearest gem is. So like if you're struggling to find the last gems, you can just use Sparks, and he'll point you in the right direction. Oh, I remember where they are. Yeah, I remember where they are.
I found it quite funny that Digits actually did a game about sweets.
Yeah.
Because remember?
We were talking about that Diabito. Diabito villain. And then,
Yeah, like y'all were talking about that, and I already had Darling and the Whisk drawn.
Yeah. Brilliant.
I still would love it to be to become like an actual even if it didn't like make it like to be like a final project, like a final game. It would still be cool to think about how it would still be cool to see like the progress of everyone joining in on the idea.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like we might have to make a hilarious game. And just as I was like mentioning Jazzpunk as one of the series I love, like why don't we cannot have it like these stupid jokes in like the game? You know how silly that is? Do you realize how much creativity we could get away with? That's just it would be amazing.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah,
I think I gotta go after this, but do you guys want to hear a little bit of commentary about my game?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
So first of all, I gotta ask, when you played it, were there credits?
Yes, there were, yep.
Okay, so you did play it after I
Updated
fixed
it.
the problem. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all good.
And it would have been fair if you played it before, because it would be after the period ended. But
Right, yeah. I think I downloaded it like either the night of the jam ending or the day after. So there was either like 24 hours after the jam finished when like I would sort of like I guess people could update their games, or about like 8 hours, somewhere between 8 and 12, 8 and 24 hours, somewhere between that.
okay, then it was definitely fixed at that point.
Yeah.
Well, like I also had problems with the theme. Like I had a hard time coming up with something.
Yeah.
But during the like before the jam started, I was reading 2001: A Space Odyssey by Arthur C. Clarke.
Yes. Yep.
And so I kind of had the idea of like, what if instead of the computer being evil, the computer was giving you a hard time because you were trying to be evil.
Yeah.
And so like,
right.
yeah, and so that was where I got the idea. And then I spent the first few days just writing a ton of dialogue. And I know people were saying like there was too much dialogue. And as far as like getting a good score, that's probably not good for me, but I was just relieved to hear that because I wanted the dialogue to be a chore and like a pain to get through because that was a story point.
Yeah. I will say, I mean, you'll see it when the episode comes out. But at first I was like all on board with the dialogue. And then it started bringing back memories of if you watch I don't know if you've seen the Talos Principle series on my channel.
Yeah.
It immediately was like I didn't think about Space Odyssey, but I immediately started recalling Talos Principle and like the preachery kind of like the very preachy terminal that's in that game. And I was like, I started getting back those like frustrated memories of that, and I was like, God damn it! I was like, just let me open the airlock.
I wanted it to be like you're being evil. This is your punishment. I'm scolding you. Like you have to sit through all this real annoying dialogue.
Yeah.
But and yeah, I actually did think of like. I was hoping it wasn't too similar to the one from the Talos Principle.
Right, yeah. Well, it was definitely different, but that's the emotional response, I suppose. It was like the same as the Talos Principle.
Yeah.
After like the like fourth time being told like, I don't understand what you're doing or whatever. I was just like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. But like I wanted it to just be annoying.
Yeah.
And maybe that wasn't a good idea for something like this, but
yeah. Also, I saw I can't remember where that. I think it was one of the comments. I think it was like Digits commenting on your game on itch.io or something like that. But I saw something about when I was playing it myself, I did not attempt to actually finish the Sudoku or the what's it called? Nonogram? Nonogram?
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done the nonogram yet because so recently, well not really recently, it was like a few months ago, I played a Nancy Drew game that takes place in Japan. And one of the side things you can do is complete nonograms. Actually, you have to complete a very big nonogram to progress the story. It took a while. So I looked at that and I'm like, nonograms are fun, but I'm still having like that stress from Nancy Drew.
yeah, this like stress emotional response, yeah. Much like my Telos principle emotional response, like the when something like stresses you out like that. Just being reminded of it. Yeah.
But yeah, the Sudoku puzzles are just randomly generated. But the two nonograms, it's well, I mean, I don't think any of you are gonna try to solve them, so I could just spoil it.
Yeah.
The first one is.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna ask a question on how you did something.
Did you?
The first one is the Rorius logo, and the second one is the companion cube.
I wondered about if one of them might have been the Rorius logo, just purely because there was something. Once again, you wrote something. I think it was in the response to the nonogram Christian Digits had. It was something about there's a little secret in the nonogram if you solve it. I was like, I wonder if it's like the other secret, the background secret.
yeah. But anyways, what are you gonna ask, Tofu?
Yeah.
Oh, so basically, I was just gonna ask you a question on how. So, as you just said, your thing was procedurally generated, right? The Sudoku.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't generated in the game. You literally used the Sudoku generator.
Right.
And then I've just programmed it into there's like 5 puzzles. You get a little message if you finish all of them, but it's quite boring. And there's about a minute and a half of music that I wrote for each one, but like most people probably just open it up and look at it for like 15 seconds and then you're like, yes. So no, I'm sure nobody heard any of the music that I wrote, but that's okay.
I feel like I listened to a good probably almost a minute of one of them. I don't know about the other one. I think because at first I was like looking at the Sudoku puzzle and I briefly thought maybe I could solve this. And I almost tried it, but then I didn't. I didn't actually try it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean,
I probably listened to a good at least 45 seconds of that thing, but I'd have to go back and check because I could be missing.
And I'm not a composer or anything, so it's not like it's particularly good music, but
well, I liked it because you had like a good like ambient background sound, if I recall correctly, in the main part of the game. And then when you hop into the game, it has like a little jingly kind of like fun song inside the game. So yeah, I like that.
I wanted there to be like almost like what you did with the when when she's walking with the tea into the like a real droning like ambient sound the whole time.
Yeah.
Just to add to like the oppressive sort of feeling when you're playing.
Yeah,
and then
you're in like a spaceship, dangerous spaceship. So so like this hum. Yeah.
The rotating stars, like in the background, those were a pain because the way Game Maker works or Game Maker Studio, is that if you've got a background, you can't make something else behind it. Like it treats it's just weird. Like I try to make a hole in the background and it's like it would load the sprite as it was before. So even though I deleted completely the sprite that I had drawn, like it was just weird. It was weird the way they had it set up, but I eventually figured out a way to like mask, like draw all the stars and then mask only like what's not visible out the window.
Right. I see.
And
yeah.
And then probably the hardest thing to program, and I'm not a I'm not a programmer. This was actually like my first game that I finished, so it probably was pretty simple for most people.
Right.
No, this is incredible for a first
yeah, I
game.
was gonna say, yeah, it was not exactly.
I know.
I wouldn't call it simple. Or
Yeah, this is
easy.
this is actually pretty advanced.
Yeah. Please, the whole time you were complaining about my game is not gonna be good enough, dude. You.
I think yeah, Benji, I was gonna say, I think your game is like up there as a contender for one of the top like spots, honestly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I never really saw myself as a contender because like I don't know how to program, but also because I went for something that's deliberately like not fun.
Right.
And so
well,
that
yeah,
that score is going to be very low.
You're probably not gonna win the fun score. Like,
yeah.
Or I forget what the actual scores were. Even though I'm responsible for the scores. But yeah, like there's one category you might not be tops in. But,
yeah.
But otherwise, like really good. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm trying to think what else, but yeah, the terminal itself, that was probably the hardest thing to program because every time I would, and Game Baker is not great with text. I feel like it's not.
Oh no, it's not.
You'd think, yeah, like you have to. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just, and maybe it's just because I don't know other game engines and how well they do with text. But
right. Yeah.
It would like I wanted to make it so that it would wrap before it started writing the word that would go on to the next line, because I know like that looks dumb, and that took me forever to figure out. And then there were tons of problems with it.
Yeah.
Did you use draw text ext?
Yeah, I used draw text ext.
Alright.
And like I would have to I wrote a loop that would check every space. It would like check the next word and see if it would go on to the next line, and then and there were just so many problems with it, and every time I thought it was right, some text would just like throw it off, and I'd have to do it again, and it was
definitely when it comes to like text stuff, like that's why I kept my I thought about adding text to more parts of my game, but I didn't want to like make it too cluttered, so I left it pretty like generally not fully explained, just like I hope that the people can just like figure it out from the button highlights and stuff like that. That's part of the reason I added highlights as well, is that I wanted it to be visibly like apparent what you can and cannot click. Originally I was gonna have like once you made something into T, I was gonna have a little message saying like deliver the tea if you like hovered over the tea bot or the mug. But I like scrapped that idea because I thought I'd rather just like keep it like the only actual text is the text that the guy's talking, and the like click to start at the start, basically. It's the only text in the game. And something I was gonna say quickly about you were talking about the stars in the background, trying to get them to like have the right layer and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The way I did almost everything in my game was just like brute forced, like basically like cheesed it. What I would have probably done in your stead is I would have made like the animated stars, but I would have made it like a texture, and I would have just had it like only the square that is the window shows, and I would just have it render above the background. That's probably how I would have done it, just because I would have. That's how I tend to like brute force it rather than try and make it work, sort of like programmatically speaking. Yeah.
I think that's similar to what I did. I don't know if maybe I'm misunderstanding, but like the stars are drawn over the background, and then everything that's not in the window is chopped off.
Yeah, but I would have done that like in the file, more so than like because like Unity has like all sorts of masking options, like there are like layer masks and stuff like that, and you could make it so that it like render. You could just like position it as well, like behind stuff in the 3D space. But but if you were doing it fully 2D and you didn't have a 3D space to work with, like you can still do that in Unity. You can like have a layer mask or have like masks that handle that kind of thing. But I wouldn't have bothered to even do that. I would have just made a texture that's like the same size as the screen, but just a small square of the texture is stars, and you know what I mean, like and just have it so that only that bit is actually even like like I would have probably made the whole like a whole wall of stars, and then just made the texture cut off all the stuff that's not going to be shown. Like I guess an example of this I would say that's similar in mine is I made like the guy's hand, like when you're delivering the tea, there's a guy on the seat. You can only see his hand on the armrest. His hand is literally like 8 pixels. it's a texture that's 160 by 120 or something like that. It's a full-size texture that covers the entire screen, but it is literally just 8 pixels of his hand on the armrest. So like that's how I typically would do anything like that, where it's like if you're wanting to have like just a small section of the screen showing something, just like brute force it with the texture, make it so that the texture only shows. That is all the texture is. It's just like one small little section. Yeah.
And part of why it was so stressful, because the rotating stars were actually one of the last things I did, like on the last day.
Yeah.
And like, I had already set up. Before it was just the stars were part of the background. So I had already set up all these, and the way the computer system works in the interface is it switches the backdrop, like whenever you open a window or something.
Yeah.
So I had already programmed everything like that, and I didn't want to have to redo everything, so I basically just I don't know. It was kind of stressful. But it wasn't the stakes weren't too high because I could always just go back to the stationary stars.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and then I won't talk for too much longer. Sorry, but
that's alright. It's so
it's all good. Don't worry.
As I said, I find all this stuff interesting. So
yeah. The idea was that the longer you talk to the computer character, the more they would just subtly start to break the fourth wall.
Right, yeah.
And I don't know if that came through in your playthrough because it was kind of clumsy the way I wrote it. But
I was gonna say I didn't fully realize that until like I wasn't expecting it until he just like literally, well, the computer literally says it's gonna break the fourth.
Yeah. And I didn't want it to like
I didn't even notice it.
Face or anything.
I think because of the fact that by that point I was skimming the text, I wasn't reading it all.
Yeah.
So I didn't notice the fourth wall break until he mentioned the fourth wall break, and then I went back in the text and was like, oh yes, he refers to it as a game.
Yeah. Okay.
He actually refers to it as a game.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
And it's little things like instead of saying this place, he'll say this world or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, there's probably more instances, like that I missed as well.
And the way the text is written, it's very clumsy. It's not like how you would do it in a real project. Instead of like parsing a text file, it's literally just in the code an array of a series of dialogue.
Don't even worry about it. That's like
don't worry.
Oh yeah,
that's like 100% of mine as well.
Because I don't have experience programming, like the entire code of the project is literally like the equivalent of trying to build a car out of duct tape and cardboard. Like it's horribly programmed.
Very relatable
because it was so.
Look, even us who know how to program did not do a good job of programming.
Even me, who has a degree in computer science. Yeah, that's totally how mine is as well. Oh, by the way, just quickly, this mission that I'm doing right now, this is one of the missions that I'm probably gonna fail at actually. Was like the hardest mission in the game in this Spyro 2. It's so much easier now. In the original Spyro 2, that mission legit caused actual rage in Baby Rorius. It's so hard. It is legit. Like even now, even if I went back and played it now, like it's just so hard. Like they made it way easier for the Reignited trilogy. But yeah. Anyway, back to Dev Talk. Yeah. No, my code. I mean, I showed it in the episode yesterday, but like it was just all hacked together. Like that's my style though. I learned from CompSci that the word hacker actually just comes from an old school term that just means someone who writes code without thinking too much about how code's gonna be used, and then will just like rewrite their code like again as is needed, sort of thing. That's where the word hacker comes from. Like, people think of hacker as being like the hacking into the mainframe and doing all like stupid like TV hacker stuff. But the term hacker just means like to hack is just to write code messily, basically. Just like write some code, iterate on it. If it doesn't work, just like adapt it, iterate on it, and then like eventually you'll come up with something that's like usable. But there's like no prior, there's no like design document in that code. It's just like the code is written as is needed, sort of live, if you will. Yeah, and that's my style.
And that's
how I always
exactly
write.
how I did it too. Like if you, even in the final project, there like commented out debugging stuff that's left, and like it's horrible. But
oh my god, yeah, this is one bit of the code that I was writing. It was when I was trying to reset my game. The first like finishing the game having made bad tea like worked perfectly. The resetting of the game like worked flawlessly. It faded the right way. Everything worked the right way. But for some reason, when I would reset and have the credits showing, the credits the credits had issues initially, but it wasn't the credits that was weird about that final version. It was the fade out of stuff. I was so confused because the fade out worked perfectly fine in one ending, but the fade out didn't work properly in another version of the ending. But that code should have been like identical, so I had to do that classic Unity thing of just like debug log in all the places. Just like, where is it getting to? What's it missing? How is like, why is this specific part like not working properly? And it was literally just like one piece of code was being referenced from the game master, and then passing through information to like reset the game to a different method inside itself. And then, but the other ending was being called from the ending handler, and it was using the same like method that the other ending was using, but it wasn't, because it was its own method calling that method. The original method had just a single boolean saying like, do this is true. And so when the ending handler was calling the method, it didn't itself have any code above it saying that it's my like I had like a transitioning system, and the transitioning system, like as I said, like it enabled the transition automatically via the first option of ending, but it didn't do that in the second option of ending. Like it's hard to describe, but you know how when you do bad tea, it comes up with like a button that says like make it again, and you have to click to like continue. I'm assuming people understand what I mean when I say that. Yeah. Because that's a button, whenever the button method is called, it sets transitioning to true, no matter what the button is. It always sets transitioning to true. But but because so in that part of the code there was no transitioning equals true, because like way above it inside that the like greater sized method, it had already set it to true, so there's no need to do it again. So like when I called the method from the ending handler, there was no transition equals true, so multiple fade in fade outs were happening at the same time instead of happening like in sequence. And so like the camera was jumping across, like the action stuff that was supposed to happen once a fade out had happened was happening before the fade out, so you saw the bench appear before the fade out happened, and then like the credits would show. It was a real like glitchy looking ending. It took me ages to figure out that it's like just a single boolean wasn't being set to true. And that was breaking the game. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I just used a lot of debug.logs at the end of the development.
Haven's the best of us.
Anyways, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say. I guess I could talk about like what I did on each day, and then.
Oh yeah.
So basically, and like the time zone is different here, so it's gonna be weird, but it was 3 in the afternoon.
Night. Oh yeah, that's right, Tuesday evening. Yeah.
yeah, it was 3. So like after that, I basically came up with the idea for the game to have this like real long dialogue with this condescending computer.
Yeah.
And then I think, I don't know if it was 1 or 2, it might have even been like 3 days where I just sat and wrote dialogue and nothing else.
Oh, but damn.
Because I was at that point I wasn't really that worried. It ended up being quite a time crunch for me at the end, but at that point I was still feeling okay about it.
Right, yeah.
And then and also on the first day I wrote the beginnings of the terminal like text display, which of course I had to make a lot of changes to, which I wasn't pleased about.
I see. Yeah.
But because I thought I had it finished on the first day, but
yeah.
And then I think about 3 or 4 days in is when I started working on the art, and really like the art was the game because it's just a bunch of computer windows and stuff, and that's it.
Yeah. That's
so like
part
once
of why, I'll just quickly add to that. I had same kind of deal here, where it's like that's part of the reason why I wanted to do all the art myself on my game, is that like my game was entirely just fade in fade outs of like art. Like there wasn't really much like, it wasn't much like your game where it's like it's all point and click. You know, like mine's the same. Like it was all just like you clicking on art that makes an animation happen for more art to show. that is the game. So if I got someone like at first Damien was offering to like make the art for the game, and I almost took him up on it, but I was like, but if I do that, then all it's for me to do is the actual programming. There's like nothing else, and there's not much to the programming. It's just like the fade-in system that I ended up developing. So like yeah, I decided I was gonna make it all myself. Yeah, go on.
Please excuse the mess.
Sorry, I'm almost done.
It's all good.
But that's
good.
So once I was done with the art, and I would like put it in and test it and like stuff like that. I think at that point I started putting in the dialogue, and like because of the way I had written it when I was drafting it, like I had to retype all of it, so that actually took longer than I thought it was going to.
Right. Yeah.
And then finally I think I did the 2 puzzles I did on the night before the end of the jam, and then on the day that the jam ended I did the ebooks and the music and the sounds.
Yeah.
So it was quite, and I know I had problems like submitting it, and I'm sorry because it was my fault for waiting until the very end.
Well, I was gonna say you technically submitted it in time, because I was gonna say the way that submission thing works is like as soon as you say you want to submit it, and you like upload your game project and stuff like that, it technically submits it in the background, but it doesn't like show it as submitted until you set it to public. So whatever you...
Oh, right.
Yeah, it basically... So it technically... If I look on my, like, back end, where I have all the submissions, it says you submitted it, like, a few minutes before the game jam was over, so... Yeah.
But thanks for being so patient about that.
That's all good. It's all good.
I was working on it right up until the end, so... But
right, yeah.
Anyways, I think that's it.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for listening.
That's all good.
Oh no, it's fine. It was really interesting.
Thanks.
No problem.
And it was interesting hearing about everyone else's.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My game is the best.
Your game, Tiana's game was so good that it only needed 1 frame of the. Here's a little lesson in villainy. Yeah. That's the entire game. That's just how good it was.
Technically 2, if we count the...
Oh, the Rorius, like, the handsome Rorius showcase, man.
The aka handsome Rorius, even though we know that the actual Rorius is also handsome.
Well, yeah. I'm terrible at taking compliments, so I shall say no.
You shall take it, and you will like it.
You will like
Alright,
yourself, whether you like it or not. So.
I think I gotta head out.
Okay.
Thanks.
All good. Thanks for joining us, dude.
Alright, see ya.
Take care. It was fun.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, we've pretty much covered everyone in the chat now, haven't we? In terms of game development stuff. Yeah. I mean, I could talk endlessly about random things, random decisions. Like I added today about the original plan of making it 3D. Like I keep forgetting all the little details.
What you were thinking? What you were thinking of a 3D game for a 1 week game jam?
Yeah, like it's never advisable to do 3D when you're doing a game jam.
Yes.
I mean, like if you're only like one person or 2 people.
Yeah,
I think if you're going to go 3D, you at least need 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Something is not suggested, Rory. I will make that shit.
yeah. Not recommended? Hell yeah.
I learned that one the hard way.
Right, yeah. I know Maddie did as well. In the jam that I was part of, the community game jam, that Maddie and I were both part of, he made his entry to the what the hell
it was
the thing?
3D.
Yeah, it was a 3D
Well, that's
entry.
where we met each other.
Oh right. Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a community game jam.
Oh crap. It's
yeah.
I sometimes forget like these things. I always just assume that everyone came around to the channel because of things like either Portal Unity or the Do It For Me Love Is Blind game jam. But yeah, that damn.
Yeah, because you made that one video because I rated your game first.
Right, yeah.
I still think about that sometimes, that like mere coincidence.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, yeah.
Oh damn. It's like, it's so how easy it is to forget these things, to like forget like little details like this.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the Maddie's one was he used Pro Builder, but he made like kind of like a Dusk style or like an old Quake style like first person shooter dungeony thing, and I remember in his like comments about post jam, like comments about his thoughts on development, he was like, definitely do what Rory did and firstly do it 2D, but also get someone else to do the art for me. It's like his comment. And I was like part of me is like, well, yes, Damon's art in that jam was really good. Like I don't need to have someone doing the art. I can do it myself. And I did. But yeah, like totally what he said, like trying to do a 3D thing in a jam like with such a short time frame, it's really hard. It's just really hard, so not advisable.
Yep.
It's fine to have like 3D elements, but like if the whole game is 3D, especially if you're making like a 3D space, it's super hard to do in such a short time frame. Yeah.
I would say the main problem with it is that there's so much more detailing that goes into that.
Yeah, well, it's like we expect so much more detailing is what I'll say. Like the expectations of detail are higher. Yeah, because it's like the closer you get to realistic graphics, even if it's not a really huge step, you know, it's like 2D to 3D. The closer you get to like realistic graphics, the higher the expectation is of what the graphics are. So yeah, as you move from 2D to 3D, 2D graphics don't cut it in the 3D world, sort of thing. So well, usually at least. So yeah, if you're doing a 3D game, you're just gonna have to have a lot more art assets made. So as you're saying, like it's recommended to have. It'd be really the way you do it. If you're gonna have 3D, you need to have a 3D modeler who's also good at texturing 3D stuff, or who understands the nature of quick modeling, i.e., basically knowing how to make polygonal modeling look right, you know, aesthetically right. Something like super hot, you know, it's like simple models, but it's aesthetically just accurate, like feels right, you know, feels good.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, feels good, man. Ooh. Yeah. This level's actually something I'll quickly mention about the game, about Spyro. Is a funny story. This level I'm in currently is called Breeze Harbor, and it's basically there's these like bird creatures who are whose home it is, and they're fighting off these like what I can only describe as like slug monsters. But they're all like water-based slug monsters. Oh my god. Get back here, you bitch. And all their technology, all the birds' technology uses like fire to like make things run. And so these like slug creatures are like putting out their fires with water. And that's like the whole premise of this level is that it's like this war between birds and the slugs, or birds and the worms, or whatever they are. They're kind of like worms. I think they're supposed to be like food chain related kind of relationship. Yeah, so like some of them are birds, some of them are worms. And the worms are invading their homeworld. But what's interesting is that I never really thought about it as a kid. There's another level in the same hub world called Zephyr, and it is the exact opposite. You're in like the homeworld of a worm race, and birds are attacking them, and you have to like defend the worms from the birds. So there's this weird. I saw a meme the other day. Actually, I think Tiana, did you post it, or did I see it on the Spyro subreddit? Because you posted a couple of... like you posted a couple of Spyro memes on the Discord, but it might have been when I was looking up something on the Spyro. There's this meme I saw the other day that was like basically Spyro helping out in Breeze Harbor and then Spyro helping out in Zephyr, and it's like it had some comment from some famous comment of like, I play both sides so that I'm always on top. It's basically that is this section of Spyro. You basically fight for both sides of this army to defend their home worlds from each other. So you're like double agent. I never thought about it as a kid, but yeah. One terrifying fire-breathing dragon or a couple of jumpy blue boys. What enemy is that?
I have no clue, but it's scary. Like the old graphics always scare me.
Yeah, some of the monsters in the old games, like they're genuinely terrifying. Quickly. This by the way, this little mission thing as well is known notoriously to be very difficult. It's basically like it's not even really that it's super difficult. It's just that it's easy to fail, and when you fail it, the like guy who runs this mission just constantly like says trouble with the trolley, eh? As his first thing he says when you die, and he says that. Oh, whoops.
Trouble with the trolley, eh?
There we go. I just got him to say it. The original guy was a bit more smug about it. Trouble with the trolley, eh? And just hearing that over and over again as you fail it over and over again is like maddening. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so condescending, and it's like you can skip dialogue and stuff like that, but in the original, like often dialogue it would take you like a couple seconds before you could skip it because of like loading and stuff like that. So he would always be able to say trouble with the trolley A before you could skip. So every time you fail, you just get like assaulted with that line. That condescending line. Okay.
Well, first off, you're playing. I watch your shit. You're playing Spyro's on a rail.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's these little like there's a couple of little side missions in this game where you're in like a track, and you have to do something on a track. One of them is like on a roller coaster that comes right at the end of the game. One of them is this particular trolley section, and
right.
Generally speaking, I'm not a fan of like the alternate gameplay mechanics of these kind of old games. I think these are the weaker parts of the games, but yeah, it's not bad. It's not awful. It's just like I'd rather just play Spyro, you know. I'd rather just play as Spyro rather than have these like secondary controls. Yeah. Because it's the same with like I always say that about Crash Bandicoot as well. The weakest levels of Crash Bandicoot are all the ones where you're in like in a plane shooting down other airplanes, or you're in like a little vehicle of some kind. You're in like a bicycle, like a motorbike or something like that, and you're trying to beat people in a race. Yeah, they're always the weakest of all the like levels. Oh, and by the way, I'll just quickly mention as well. I've been collecting skill points as I go. Skill points in the original games, like, so I think Benji was talking about it. Dude, it's still live. This is gonna be a late stream. In the original games,
like, mention everything as we can, and it's gonna be 4 hours stream. 5 hours, yeah.
So in the previous level, in the idle level, where I was like trying to land on top of the, I think it just says land on idle. Yeah, idle springs, land on idle. That skill point. I was like doing it over and over again. I was failing, and I realized I was on the wrong idle, which always happens. It's like happens every single time I do it. In the original game, the game didn't tell you what skill points there were. Skill points weren't intended as like a collectible in the original games. They were just intended as like a little bonus, and every time you'd get a skill point, it would just give you a life. So it was kind of like a secret hidden bonus thing. But as of like, I think Spyro 3, when you finish the game, when you finish the last boss of Spyro 3, it unlocks the skill point menu, which tells you where the skill points are. And since then, like later Spyro games, as well as like this remake, has always had like a little thing telling you, and all the Ratchet and Clank games as well. Ratchet and Clank games have skill points as well, because they're made by the same developer. They all have like skill point menus now, so you can like go through and hunt them down. Originally, they were just intended as like a little bonusy secret thing to like give you a bit of extra lives, a few extra lives if you finally found them. They weren't intended as like a collectible. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna go into the other level now, the level where we were just helping the birds fight off the worms. Now I'm gonna help the worms fight off the birds.
Heck yeah.
I want to find that room. If I have time. Oh, it'll probably minimize the game. I'll wait. Making my way downtown.
About helping worms and helping.
No, it was the. I play both sides, so I'm always on top. Something like that. I feel like it's a meme format that existed before Spyro, of course, but it was just funny seeing it in that Spyro context. Oh, also, for some reason or another, not a bad thing, but for some reason or another, the developers of the Reignited trilogy decided to add rainbows to a ton of levels. So there's like rainbows in the background of a ton of levels. I don't think this level needs to have a rainbow in it.
If I had to add, is that right if I just say one more thing about the development thing?
Yeah, go right.
I know, like we already moved past, but I wanted to say, I forgot to mention the most challenging thing.
Oh yeah.
The most challenging thing was definitely making the game fun.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely. I mean, I think I was the same. Like I was always, the whole time I was making my game, I was worried that it's like, my game is super simple. It's barely a game.
Yeah.
Like,
same.
is this even fun? Will people even like this? Will people think it's just like super simple and not care? Yeah. I think that is one of those things that's like, if you have more time to think about it, you know, you have time to like work on it. But yeah, I had no idea. Oh damn. There's so many Game Boy Advance Spyro games. I'm just on the Reddit real quick looking for this meme. Damn it, there's like 10 Spyro games on Game Boy Advance. Holy shit. For me, Spyro begins and ends on the PlayStation 1, so Spyro play both sides meme. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, this isn't the version that I found, but I'll paste it into the stream, not my voice. Potential new DLC level. Spyro fans, let me in. Let me in. That door is such a tease, and I don't think it used to be that way in the original, but that door, when you punch into it, when you like ram into it in the remake, it like shakes a bit, like it's like opening a little bit, and so it's such a tease. It looks like you could get through it somehow. So yeah, I get that meme a lot. But yeah, this is the meme. I think I feel like the one I saw the other day looks different, but it's a guy from like it's a TV show. I forget what show that is, like Community or something like that, or one of those kind of shows. just the guy saying, I play both sides, so I always come out on top. And there was just a Spyro one with the bug guys from the bug level and the bird guys from the bird level. Yeah. Benji says his is even less of a game. Must be dumb because I never found the poison on my own. Oh, you never found the poison? No, you're not dumb. It's just I was afraid of that. I was literally afraid of that exact thing happening.
I also could not find the poison and was stupid.
Yeah. I was like, when I was making the poison, I was like, I wanted it to be secret, but I didn't want it to be so secret that you couldn't like find it. So I was hoping that my compromise wouldn't be too cryptic. But even then, when I ended up implementing it, I was like, is this too cryptic? I was worried about that exact thing.
I love how though you said you always keep on mention you have like you already have it like in your mind how you can say each like ending as like what is bad.
Right.
And
yes.
here I am just like I just poured the water and that's what I gave the guy.
Oh, you can't just give him water. You have to give him at least a weak tea. The water is not enough. I know. I intentionally made it like that, so like you can't just give him just water. It won't let you.
I think it was possible.
Unless you found like some way to glitch it out, I definitely made it so that you couldn't just give him water.
I am an epic gamer. I am a speedrunner.
Yes.
I think even in the video I talked about the fact that it's like I made it so you couldn't deliver him just tea, just water. He would not accept it.
I was never able to mention this, but I love how you made the specifics for the tea.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that's you made it the way you like your tea.
Pretty much. I made it the way I used to always. I mean, I still drink it. Like, my current tea is exactly as the tea from the game. My current tea I have in this cup is...
So what order do you like putting your tea in?
So, yeah, wait, I'll have a sip one soon.
I have my cactus tea.
Very sweet. I don't usually have my tea so sweet, but that's how I always used to have it. Milk and 2 sugars. Like medium strength. Yeah, the way I usually make my tea is, as Jonas pointed out to me when we were talking about it the other day, I put the tea bag and sugar in the cup, and then I put I pour the hot water in, and then like steep it for a bit, and then I pour the milk in right at the end. Usually, almost more to like cool it down than anything, but also just because I like it to be a bit milky. Because I find that tea tends to dry me out a bit too much if I have it without milk.
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, just a little bit of milk, just enough to make it a bit milky, and then
and 2 spoons of sugar.
These days I usually try and just have one. I have one like smallish spoon of sugar. But I used to as a kid always have 2 sugars, and at the moment while I've been recovering from my sicknesses. Your alarm, I feel about that. Haven't heard it in a while. Yeah, while I've been sick, I've been having 2 sugars. Just to increase my level of intake of sugars and things like that.
Sorry, that was my dad calling.
Oh, it's all good, it's all good. I just thought it was... I've heard that alarm sound on your phone before, but it's been a long time, so...
Oh yeah, it's just from my mom, my dad, and my brother.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah.
You got the alarm sound.
Yeah.
What were we saying before?
Sugar.
Oh, right, no, I was gonna say, but also, recently, like, in terms of how you make tea, recently, I remember, ages ago, I remember seeing a person doing something that I thought was, like, blasphemous. And that is that that they put the milk and sugar in the cup first, and then they put they put the tea bag and sugar in, and then they put the milk in, and then after they've like stirred the sugar a bit into the milk and the tea bag a little bit into the milk, then they would add the hot water, and I was like, what the heck? It's like blasphemous, just because I was like, even I guess something to do with the idea of, I don't know why, but I always had in my head that I was like, the tea bag, I always take the tea bag out before I put milk in. So like, I always thought like, why would you put the milk in when there's still the tea bag in? I don't know why that was always an issue in my head. But then the other day I was just like, while I was sick having my 2 sugar tea, I was like, I'm just gonna try it and see what it's like. And you know what? It almost tastes smoother. I don't know if it's just in my head, but it almost like smoothens the taste a little. I don't know if I'm just imagining that, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it in a weird way. And it just makes it easier in terms of like I can just get everything out while the hot water is still boiling. I can just get everything out. Oh god, yeah. And start get the teacup completely ready before pouring the hot water in. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, let's just say I understand the heathenness of the people who put the milk in first.
Never judge a tea by its process.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the best order to do it, at least for me, is how I do it.
Yeah.
Hot water.
Right.
Tea bag.
Okay.
Then milk.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you actually do it the same way the game does it. The hot water first, and then the tea bag. Yeah. Interesting. Because I wasn't sure if that was very common, but yeah. Cool.
I actually put nowadays I don't put any sugar or lemon into my tea, and milk I never did. But I usually put the tea bag first.
Lemon would totally be a good like addition as like an extra alternative thing to put in my game. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I always put the tea bag first, and then I pour hot water.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I think part of that in my head is that, like, traditionally when you make tea, like the way I first like learned it, I suppose, or I first saw it. My grandparents on my mum's side are English, and so they made very British English tea. Yeah, that's why I love Earl Grey. It's like my favorite tea. It's my grandma used to always make Earl Grey. And so, yeah, and my love of tea comes from her. Same with apparently my love of mushrooms comes from her as well. She loves her mushrooms.
Did you like biscuits with your tea?
Sometimes, yeah. Not always. I usually don't. I usually try and avoid biscuits because, you know.
Yeah.
Biscuits are deadly, man.
Yeah.
Once you start them, you can't stop.
Yeah.
Not really. I found that quite a lot of biscuits, like they're good, but it's like you take a bite of it once and it's like good, but then because of how much sugar they use, I like are.
Oh.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about like just.
Even if with coffee or tea, they can be just too much.
Right.
So I just I just like them.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I was talking about something. Sorry, my bad. I was talking about something different.
Right. You just mean
I was talking about like
biscuits
there's like.
Trumpets.
Oh, you're talking about American biscuits.
Yeah, I'm talking about American biscuits. I know what you guys are talking about. We have those too.
Yeah.
What is American biscuit?
It's like it's like a bready kind of thing. It's like
it's what we would call a scone, or I don't know if you know what scone is.
Scone.
Tiana, or scone.
I don't.
It's sort of like a British/Scottish like desserty kind of. Yeah, that's what's interesting as well. It's like scones here and in the UK, typically served with jam, like butter and jam, like tea and a scone is quite a common like a combination. But in terms of like what Americans call biscuits, what a British person calls a biscuit, would it be anything like a digestive or something like that? It's like what Americans call a cookie would be a biscuit, but British people still refer to certain cookies as cookies. Scone or scone. I feel like scone is more Scottish. Scone, whereas English is scone.
Yeah, I would say, like I say scone personally.
Right. But in New Zealand, typically, like we have a lot of British and Scottish like cultural stuff here in New Zealand. And I don't know why, but just scones just we refer to it as scone here in New Zealand. So that's how I always pronounce it. So yeah, the hell was I saying? Right, yeah. So biscuits would be like you could have a chocolate biscuit or because we have Girl Guide biscuits. Where you guys have Girl Guide cookies, we have Girl Guide biscuits. So like a Girl Guide cookie is what a biscuit would be like. That's probably like your most generic kind of biscuit. And it would be one that you would dip in your tea or your coffee. Probably more so your tea than coffee, but still. So yeah, that's what a biscuit is in sort of British English. Whereas, yeah, it's scone, like, when Americans talk about biscuits, they're talking about the scone that is usually served with gravy. It's usually savory. Not usually served with jam or sweet things.
Yeah, it's like savory, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas it's very unusual to have savory stuff with a scone. Unless you're having they do make cheese scones in sort of British cuisine. I remember cheese scones were one of the things, back when I was at kindergarten, cheese scones were a thing that they would get us to like put sugar and flour and stuff in a little like basket, little tray thing. And then we would, depending on how much cheese we put in it, depending on how much sugar we put in it, whatever, they would make a scone for us based on our ingredients we put in our little tray. Back in kindergarten. So yeah, that was my first like exposure to scones. Yeah. Yeah, crumpet is something very different.
I don't like crumpets.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of crumpets either, actually. Crumpets are like they're kind of like they're a bit spongy. They've got a bit of like a sponginess to the texture, and they're almost like a little pancakey kind of thing, but way thicker. Yeah, muffin, once again, an English muffin, again, very different to a crumpet. Thickness-wise, very similar, but in terms of like texture, very different. In terms of flavor, very different. And usually you have like some sort of like sugary, syrupy thing poured over the top of it, or just butter. And it's like a breakfasty thing that is like the common thing for my family for whatever reason. Is always golden syrup. Is that what it's called? Golden syrup? Yeah, golden syrup on your crumpet. And I don't know why, but just that crumpet with golden syrup flavor just does not do it for me at all. I'm kind of picky with my sweet foods. That is not one of the foods that I enjoy. Yeah. I realize this will be the last level I do for today, because I realize that we're out of time.
Did you ever mention like what is your favorite mug out of all the mugs you have?
I use this mug that you see here a lot. It's like we have a bunch of them. We have like 5 of these mugs.
Chicken.
Yeah, my mum loves like chickens. And so like chickens, elephants, and owls are like some of my mum's favorites. Because she grew up on a farm when she was young, and so they used to have there's a type of chicken called a Banty chicken, and they're not really designed for eggs, I don't think, but they're despite the fact they're not really designed for like getting the eggs from, if I'm not mistaken. But they're really good mothers. They're really good mother hens. So what you do is you get a few Banties. Yeah. That one looks very strange. But yeah, typically they have little tufts of hair on their heads, and they're usually like speckled black and white. As far as I recall, they're really good mothers. So what you do is you get them to sort of rare other chickens, but you have other breeds of chicken to like lay the eggs that you want. Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat dinner now.
Oh, okay.
So,
all good.
Yeah, and I presume. Wait, when's the stream ending?
Very soon. As soon as I finish this level, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll just say my goodbyes now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, thank you for having me on. I had a good time.
You're very welcome.
All right. See you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah. See ya. Good night.
Good.
Have good dinner.
I love how Aiden didn't mention that RNG was the one also helping him with
Yes,
the
yeah, I didn't realize that until I messaged him about it. I didn't even realize from the name and the credits. I don't think I'd ever come across RNG's real name, so I didn't
Oh?
immediately know. Yeah.
You did not know?
No, I didn't. So so when I actually asked Tofu, I was like, did you get assets like this person that's mentioned in the credits? Did you just get their assets, or did they make the assets for your game? You know, did they? I was asking like, was it specifically made for the game, or was it, you know, something else? And that's when Tofu was like, oh, that's RNG. I was like, oh, oh, okay. My bad.
I would have expected you to maybe like kind of tell that it was his name, because sometimes how he puts music on the reaction stream, I believe there maybe could be his name written. Like
I feel like no, even in those places, it's just called RNG, or other similar names. So.
Maybe
Or like Neko or something like that.
I guess it's just the ASM gang here, like knowing like Cheddar's name.
Yeah. I think I said it to Tofu in the Twitter DMs. I said something along the lines of, if I have come across his name before, I do not remember it. You know, like I don't have no memory of learning Orange's name. Yeah. So oopsies.
Whoopsie.
Oopsie.
I love the fact that basically when sometimes Aiden was creating in ASM, we sometimes like, of course we have meetings, but then we also a lot of times, because we like just do well as like people, like friends, we just chat around, and we just, for example, have movie nights and stuff. And Aiden was streaming his progress on the game, and it was quite fun to see them, see both of them like work, and they did ask about the, like when there's a team, like how are the prizes going to be?
Yeah.
And by that time we already had it like decided, so that was good.
That's good. And that was one of those things I legit didn't even think about when I was making the prizes. It did not even cross my mind.
Well,
I guess because I just always thought I was going in solo, so like I didn't even think about the teams thing. Yeah.
Well, that's why it's good that people ask.
Yes, that's why I was glad to have some people asking questions about it.
Like me.
Yeah. Okay. This level contains one of my favorite missions in the game. There's like a couple of the professor's missions. A couple of his missions are like some of my favorites in the game, just because they involve like almost like a puzzly kind of mechanic. In this case, there's like these like berries or like seeds that you get. I think he calls them a berry, but it's very clearly a seed. And basically you unlock, as you go around, you use this seed to get yourself more seeds, so you can use multiple seeds to get further seeds, to then eventually like parkour your way all the way up to like the end of the sequence. So like you have to use the seed to get this seed. So now I have 2 seeds, and I can use them to solve other pieces. And you just have to sort of go back and forth and like find the right combination to work with. And I just remember really enjoying it as a kid, because it was like a puzzle that had no like time stakes. It was just like you just gotta figure out the like order in which things need to be done. And I remember liking it.
I want to compare this mechanic of like getting more stuff, to be able to get those more stuff to like in one game, but I cannot now think of any examples. So.
I was gonna say sometimes Portal levels work a bit like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, like not all developers of Portal do this, but like a lot of developers, the way they make the puzzles work is that you have to use like a box and some Portal stuff to get yourself like another box, so that you can then use 2 boxes and solve more puzzle stuff. Yeah, and so this is Portal before Portal.
Portal before Portal.
Spyro 2 is Portal before Portal. But I also thought it was neat to have something like a manipulatable platform system. I feel like not very many games had this. Very few games, if any, had like a system a bit like this, where it's like a fully like you can choose when and where to put the platforms, and depending on where you put them, they'll like have different heights and stuff like that. Yeah, I always thought it was neat. And there's another puzzle that comes later on.
It is neat. It is neat.
Yeah, there's a puzzle that comes later on that the professor also gives you. That's like a oh, what is it? He's lost his pencil. He just wants his pencil so he can write down notes. And to get his pencil, he gives you like a random item. It's actually like the first of like a, it's like essentially like a fetch quest, of the likes of if you recall Ori and the Will of the Wisps. There's like a mission in Ori and the Will of the Wisps where you have to like, you get like an item, you get like a tooth. Like you talk to one of these like, one of those like cat creatures, and they give you like a, I think you save one of the cat creatures and they give you like a little tooth. And then you trade the tooth with someone else. You trade the tooth with a guy who wants to look tough, but he's not tough, so he wants like a trophy for having killed something, but he doesn't want to. It's not good enough to actually kill anything. So you give him this tooth, and then he'll give you like he gives you a bit of thread or something like that, and then you bring the thread to another guy, and then he gives you something else, and you do that for ages until eventually you finish the line and you get something special for doing it. This one of the levels has that basically. You get the pencil. Sorry, you talk to the doctor, the professor. He gives you like God, I can't even remember what he gives you. Let's say he gives you an egg. An egg is one of the items that you find. I just don't think he gives it to you. Oh crap. Let's just say he gives you an egg. You take that egg and then you put it in like a nest, and then the crow that's like part of that nest, that is like the mother of that nest, will like drop a berry for you, and then you take that berry and you throw it into a pot of soup, and then once that happens, the pot of soup like spits out a turnip, and then when you take the turnip and you give it to someone else, I don't remember who you give it to, and that other person will give you a medallion. You throw the medallion in a waterfall, in a fountain, like Make-A-Wish type style, and then you get like I think you get like a duckling, and when you take that duckling to the duck, there's like a duck that's missing a mother, or no, sorry, a mother duck missing a child, and that duck gives you a pencil, and then you bring it back to the doctor, and he's like, "Oh, thank you for bringing me the pencil." So there's like this series of like sort of like riddly kind of things you have to keep bringing around and finding the solution for, and I just always thought it was neat. I always liked that mission. That was one of my favorite missions.
It kind of reminds me of like a specific Czech story you hear as a child, or just like any cartoon in which the character, for example, has some sort of a dilemma and really wants to get something, and now they're like in a place where they can trade an item with another item, so they try to get this item to a person they really want a thing from. But before that, they need to trade something else with another thing, and then with another thing, and it keeps on going. That's exactly how that works. It's just you're trading items with people until you can eventually get the pencil that you were after the whole time. Also, go ahead. It actually reminds me of a real life game, which is basically on this premise. It was like, I used to be on a few camps as a child and kept on less going since I got older.
Right. Yeah.
And one of the basically activities we did there was like this day we were not swimming, but we were basically, how it should be described? Basically, through many different towns in my country, there are a lot of rivers. You can basically just rent a boat and basically just go along with the flow of the rivers and just enjoy.
You can have like little riverboat hire stuff.
Yeah. And we were like in one of the destinations for taking a break, and we were like asked if we could do this activity, and basically you were given an item by the, like, how to say it, Like the people that were
host?
leading the camp.
Yeah, the like tour guide host kind of person. Yeah, yeah.
And basically it was this game that you had to just go to somebody and ask if they would trade your item with something they had.
Yeah, yeah.
And you were and sometimes it was interesting what people were able to get. Like I believe we all started with when you have wet clothes, what do you usually use to pin down the clothes so they
well, like clothespin. Yeah. You mean like the like a oh? Tiana into this waiting room. It's what happened. So yeah, the my answer to your question would be like a clothespin.
I suppose, yeah. So you would get that.
Yeah.
You were given that, and some person ended up with like, I will say like 50 rolls of toilet paper.
Okay. Oh crap.
And by the end of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's honestly insane, but actually, I was a little scaredy cat.
Right, yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to do this, but since people like weren't making fun of me for doing this, I was like, okay, yeah, it's kind of fun.
Right, yeah, yeah.
Really, people could ended up with like crazy stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just quickly note, I think I noted this when I was playing the Spyro Reignited Trilogy originally. This couple, these are Romeo and Juliet. These are the pencil. It's the Romeo. These are like the bird's name is Juliet and this slug's name is Romeo.
One of them is a lovebird.
Yeah, yeah. They're literally lovers. They're lovers across this war that's happening. You know that it's classic. Like they're lovers despite the fact that their families are fighting in Breeze Harbor and in Zephyr here. But what was always funny is that in the original, like in this version, Juliet's voiced by a woman and sounds womanly, and Romeo is just like a bit of an idiot, but he's just like a man, just man sound. In the original game, Juliet's voice actor was like the same voice actor as many other voice actors, and it was a man. So in the original game, it was very funny because, like, I mean, yeah, funny in that sense that it was like it's unexpected. Basically, the Romeo guy is like, after he's like, no, my Juliet is locked in this tower. Please help her. And then when you get up to Juliet, Juliet's like this man doing like a Romeo, Romeo, where's my Romeo? And and it was just really funny. I just remember laughing as a kid out of the unexpected nature of the voice actor choice. But they removed it in the Reignited Trilogy. They made it straight. They turned it from potentially gay to straight. Then
okay,
again,
I'm just now saying this. We need Miss Diabeto so we can have you.
Yeah. Oh my god, Miss Diabeto. Miss Diabeto has to look like Brittany.
Really?
Hairy chest, beard. Oh crap, where did that show up? I just saw it. Oh god.
I don't think we ever talked about like proper like what's the story behind the hairy chest.
No, we have not. I think I know where it comes from. Because I just remember this one time, I think you asked me, or Orangey. Did Orangey ask me? One of you two. One of you two asked me, oh, the other person was wondering.
It was, so we were in a VC with, I was in a VC with Orangey and maybe some other people, I don't know.
Diabet. Diabet. Benji just wrote diabet in the chat.
Yeah, I see. But, yeah, we were in a VC, and I believe I was drawing the poster. And it was like, Rory... Oh, actually, I believe Maddie or Ringy in one time on a stream on a chat, they were like, draw Rory in a dress on a stage. And that's where the idea came from.
Right, okay,
And I was like, heck yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then you were like, no, don't do it.
Don't do that. No.
And so we were in the VC, and I did made like an offhand comment like, how hairy could Rory possibly have had his chest class? And originally was like, I'm gonna message you that. And I was like, no, don't you dare. Of course you did.
Yeah, he did.
So I had to quickly message you on Twitter to like, please.
To warn me about it.
Take his message with a grain of salt. And so that's, you responded to him saying that you believe you have a fairly, like, you know, not too much, but not too little, hairy chest. And that's the way I got to know that is because I asked Rangy to send me a screenshot. I was like, oh my god. He even mentioned he saw the message before me warning him, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, I just finished the level, so I think we're gonna have to leave the stream there. Yeah, I have exactly 2,500. Mainly because I always go back and get all the gems from the previous levels. So I went back and got the gems from like the Summer Forest area, Glimmer. I think it was just Glimmer, Summer Forest, and Sunny Beach. So once you get them all, like it gives you like the full 0-0, and yeah, I just happened to be 2,500 so far. Actually, technically, in the whole game, in the course of the whole game, I've got 5,200 gems, but because I've had to pay money bags every time, I've only got 2,500 remaining of the total gems.
Oh damn.
But yeah, perfect. No. But yeah, so well, like next time I can't think of what to play on stream, I'll play some more Spyro. I'll probably though continue playing this on my own time. So that's what happened last time. Is that between streams a bunch of levels got skipped because I played them in my own time, and yeah.
Or you could play the game I bought you. I mean, you don't know much about it, so it would not. I mean, it's a really nice game, but you do have to pay a little bit more. Well, you have to pay attention, but you also pay attention to Spyro, so.
Yeah. Well, when I'm playing a game like that, I probably just do it solo. You know, no one on the voice chat.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. The reason I play Spyro on these streams is that I already know Spyro so well. I can do it like without even really paying attention. I can get all the gems and finish all the missions and stuff like that.
You can do it blindfolded.
I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but definitely I can you know, I can, like, whenever I come to a new mission, I already know what the mission is about. I don't have to, like, read the mission text to know, like, how do I do this again? Because I just already know. I've played it so many times.
Just, so, like, start the game up and us in the VC just, like, guide you as to what you should do.
yeah. Have people watching the stream, like, say, in the VC, saying, okay, now you gotta turn left.
And you turn to right and fall down the cliff.
Immediately fall off a cliff because this game is so much about the movement. Like, I was just about to say, interesting random like side thing I was gonna say is that I would almost say that while I say that Spyro was easier than Crash Bandicoot, I almost think that Crash Bandicoot is shorter, just in terms of like. Oh, I guess I have been trying to get all the gems, so maybe not quite. I was gonna say, if you played the Spyro the way I play Spyro, but then also played Crash in a way where you're not like trying to get all the gems and stuff like that, I can definitely finish Crash Bandicoot faster than I can finish than I can finish Spyro.
Really?
Yeah. But that's purely because in Spyro, some of the levels, some of the like progression stuff is locked off by you need a certain amount of money, a certain amount of gems, or you need a certain amount of orbs, or you need a certain amount of whatever collectible that game has. So you kind of need to collect most of the stuff as you go, or else you'll get locked off and you'll have to like go back to old levels. So, whereas in Crash Bandicoot, it's all about just getting to the end of the level as the only progression requirement. So, if I'm not worrying about the box gems and stuff like that, I can finish Crash really fast because I can just like slam through the levels and not worry about the gems. Whereas Spyro, yeah, you kind of have to search around and look for gems so that you can progress. So yeah, I feel like if I'm just playing it and I don't care about too much about like how my like percentage completion, I could probably finish Crash faster than I can finish Spyro, despite the fact that Spyro was way easier. So yeah, just a random anecdote about the games. Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane to see you play these. It's nice to hear you like talk about the experiences.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you, Tiana, for the donation. I appreciate it. Last crab time. Hell yeah.
You made the alert so that it's thank you.
Yeah.
But then you again say thank you.
Yes, I do.
I feel almost mad as to like stop working so hard. My life easy.
Yeah.
Thank you for your donation.
There it goes. I was gonna say.
You're always...
I feel like no one's. I don't think anyone's mentioned it in the chat, although I haven't been paying super attention. But something I feel like not very many people have mentioned is the fact that, or have noticed, is the fact that I got a haircut.
I was gonna notice. I was gonna say that.
It's.
I was like, the hair on the side is shorter.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is
It's not my favorite haircut I've had recently. It's not quite the way I would normally have it. But yeah, just like, yeah, the only way you could really tell is like the sides are super short. And the back is pretty short as well. But you don't see the back of my head usually, so I wouldn't expect anyone to know that. But yeah, it's all like, it's short on the sides, longer on the top. But it's a little too long on the top for my liking. I would have preferred it a little bit shorter. Yeah.
But you don't longer have long hair behind you.
Yeah, I no longer have like what was like turning into a mullet. Very quickly turning into a mullet. Because there was like quite a bit of hair at like my collar that was like getting in the way of stuff. It was getting annoying. So I finally got my haircut the other day. So yeah.
Question is, did your mom force you into getting a haircut?
No,
it
was entirely my. I just went down to the local barber because I just wanted to get it cut. I just wanted to cut my hair.
And was that person like, let's do something new?
No, it's just we have like a local barber, but every time I go, I think other than technically 2 times, I've had the same barber. Every other time I've been there, I've had a different person cutting my hair. So every time I have to sort of I try and explain like what the style I go for is, and every time it's different because every time the person interprets it differently. And,
how do you explain? I'm your new barber. How do you explain your hair?
Well, usually just at the first I say like short on the sides, short on the sides and back, long on the top. And then when they get to the top part, they like try and sort of like get an idea of how long the top I want to keep the top. But it was like usually like previous barbers I've had, like especially the one that I've had twice. They always would ask like, oh, which way do you part your hair? And then they would like they trim like one side longer than like shorter than the other, so that it like when I put it over, when I part it, it's all like nice and evenly lengthed and like just fits nicely on my head. But this most recent person, when I said long on the top, after I'm such a socially awkward person, they like finished it up and they were like, all right, cool, we're done. And I was just like, okay, and I just like got up and paid and left. But it would have been better if they cut it like, because like there are some parts of it that like hang down that longer than I'd want them to. And I thought about like just trimming it up a bit myself, but I'm a little afraid to ruin it. So yeah, my mum even offered like, "Oh, do you want me to just trim it up?" And I have not done that yet. I'm just gonna let it settle. That's what they say with haircuts: is you should always let it settle, and then make a decision. Because usually what happens is like a few days after you get a haircut, like it sort of becomes more natural. It sits on your head better because it's not just freshly cut. So yeah, just letting it sit there for a bit and seeing if I can work with it. And seemingly, I've almost, well, not currently, but when I was messing with it yesterday, I managed to get it to look a way that I like it. So yeah, just gonna style it right. Yeah. Yeah, Nathan, I'm only not really reacting with the chat much in these last streams because I have Tiana helping me with that. And to be fair, today we were mostly just chatting amongst ourselves because we had a lot of people. But in the first stream we did, Tiana was the one reading the chat, and I was help answering Tiana's questions. Yeah.
I am up for more helping. That's what I'm gonna say. And I'm sorry if we did not much interact today because of so many people joining actually. So that's like we kept on talking about stuff.
That's the thing. Usually, like when in the first stream we did where I was playing Spyro in the middle of the jam, I brought Tiana on specifically as like I was just gonna play some Spyro because I just wanted to relax. But then I was like, oh, Tiana could help me with the chat and stuff like that, so I don't have to pay too much attention to the chat. And I was like, oh yeah, cool idea. But then like the following streams, we were like, oh, we'll get people on who are in the game jam and have them chat about the games and stuff like that. So it became less about having people on to help me with chat and more about having people on to talk about games. So yeah, that's why the chat thing is like, it's funny because right before the jam, I definitely had someone comment on the stream, like saying literally the opposite of that. It's like right before the jam, someone commented on one of the streams, like, "Oh, it's really cool. You always answer everything that's said in the chat." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And then like, now like a week later, pointed out like, "You don't really read the chat." It's just a different kind of stream. Yeah.
I mean, you try your best, but like, I believe that since you have a small community now, it's just more
it's more doable.
You're in the kind of stage that you still gonna respond to people quite frequently, yet still focus on whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I can generally follow threads of chat, of communication in the in the chat. It's always, my brain often stops in that context because I'm like trying to think of the word for what is that thing called? It's called the chat. I've already said the word chat in the sentence. Like I've kept up with the chat in the, and my brain goes to chat, but it's like, no, that can't be right. I've already said the word chat. So like I get stuck on it.
I know that's terrible. I hate that. It's one of those things where your brain is just broken. It's like one of those things where your brain is broken. It's like you want to go to the kitchen, but you go to the bathroom instead. I'm like, what?
It's like a sim moment. It's what I call a Sims moment, where it's like it says moments where you like open the fridge. There's like nothing in there that you want. You close it. You walk away. Like 2 minutes later, you open the fridge again to look for more food. There's still nothing's conjured into the fridge suddenly. Nothing's changed.
That's me though.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Or as you said, like you walk into a room and you're like, you walk into a room and you're like, why did I walk here? And then you walk out of the room again. It's like your sim, the player playing you as a sim has told you to walk to that room but not given you a task to do in that room, so you just walk there. You're like, wait a minute.
Have you heard of the like funny idea as to why there are light? Why is there a light in the fridge when you open the fridge?
No.
Because so that you can go get some food in the night.
I see. I
mean, it's less funny when I say it like this, but it's usually more funny.
It's nighttime. It's for nighttime snacking. Yep.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I do believe fridge lights were invented for being able to see what's in the back of a fridge, because the fridge is deep. But yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that being like an incentive for fridge producers to be like,
it's deep chronicle.
It's the deep lore of fridge manufacturing.
You as diabetic go into the fridge, actually a snowy level.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god, and you could have like ice cream cakes and stuff like that, or like what are those Eskimo pies? Those like pieces of, they're just ice cream with like a coating of chocolate. I don't know if those are actually, are those an international thing or are they just a New Zealand thing? We have a food.
What exactly?
We have a food thing called Eskimo pies.
Whoa.
Pie. I am quite hungry. Oh no, it's an American thing. Yeah.
We have something similar.
Oh, they're called
more Europe version, let's say.
Yeah, wait, is it maybe the American one's called? Because I see here it says Eddie's Pie. Eddie's Pie is an American brand of chocolate-covered vanilla ice cream. Oh, was it because it was changed? Oh, it was rebranded. I see. So no, it was originally called Eskimo Pie. I believe they're still called Eskimo Pies here, but they were rebranded to be Eddie's Pie because Eskimo is it's not exactly the most PC term for it's.
Have you ever heard
Inuit?
Have you ever heard of something like this, like a wafer, and there's like vanilla or like not like
yes,
waffle.
I've seen something different. Yeah, like different brand version of that. Yeah.
It's not like the best of ice creams because it's like difficult to eat, but I mean it's good.
Yeah. There was definitely there was some brand that for a while they was bringing out. There was like a specialty thing where it was a bit smaller than that. Like there was like long strips. So if you like cut that block in half down the long ways, there was a brand that was releasing a bunch of those where it's like you could get like 6 or something of those in a single pack, and they were just like long strips of ice cream with the wafery waffle thing on the outside.
Why split it when you can have it like the whole thing?
Because I think the idea is that one's quite big. These ones were designed as like little snack treat things. So yeah.
This is a treat thing.
I mean, I don't know how big this is. I kind of visualize how large it is.
It's like in the size of the palm itself.
Right. Yeah. So that's smaller than the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's smaller than it visually looks. The one that I'm talking about, these like snack ones, would be like lengthwise. They'd be like the size from like the inside of your thumb through to the end of your index finger. Be like the length. But it would be it wouldn't be like, it would only be like slightly larger than the first knuckle part of your thumb. So they're like long and narrow. They're like a chocolate bar, I guess. It would be the proportions, I would say, like one of those typical chocolate bars.
What about your childhood snacks, though? Did you have like a childhood snack that you actually want to eat more but don't get a chance to? Because I don't know reasons.
Not that I can really think of. I mean, I had a lot of like sweets and things like that as a kid. Sweet foods, like in terms of,
or even salty, maybe.
I mean, yeah, like, well, I guess like I don't eat a lot of chips anymore, but I mean chips, or like the salty kind of snack food.
Which flavor? That's important.
The most common flavor here is salt and vinegar, and that's probably the flavor I would always go for.
Really?
yeah. But then like sour cream and chives is always good, which is sometimes referred to as sour cream and onion, I think, in the US.
Yeah. Like sour cream and onion, or like cheese and sour cream. Like those are like one of my top favorites.
Right. Yeah. But these, like, ever since I was like a teenager, I decided that I just like chips get stuck in my teeth way too much, so I just don't eat chips anymore. My brother would say his favorites are Doritos or like your corn chips. He likes corn chips. I'm not as big a fan of corn chips as I am of regular, but so like stuff like that. For a long time, the other like the first movie I went to after lockdown here in New Zealand, like the smell of popcorn, I was like, oh my god, I haven't had popcorn in so long. Yeah, because like I think before quarantine started in 2020. Like, the previous movie I'd gone to was sometime, like, mid to early 2019. So I already hadn't been to the movies in ages. And then, like, going to, like, not being able to go to movies during quarantine, it just never went during 2020. It was only this year, I think, that I went to my first movie since quarantine. And I had, like, real nostalgia for the smell of popcorn. It's so good. I love my popcorn.
Which popcorn?
Just usually, like, buttered popcorn.
Okay, good. I don't understand why people pick the sugar, like sweet popcorn.
Well, I was gonna say though, like butter's my favorite, but when it comes to like, I was making homemade popcorn for a little while as well, just because like I enjoyed that movie popcorn so much. And when I was making homemade popcorn, I was just using, like, I used just kernels, just straight kernels, just a little bit of olive oil, and all I would add to that, I wouldn't even add butter. All I would add to that is salt. And that was so good. Like, Mum used to sometimes buy these little bags that were salty and sweet, so they sugar and salt on the popcorn, and I love that. I actually really like that kind of popcorn. What I don't like caramel popcorn, which is the popcorn that's coated in like a layer of candy stuff. I'm not a huge fan of that.
No.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
But the salty and sweet popcorn, I quite like that. Yeah. It's just basically it's basically like regular popcorn, like regular salty popcorn, but it also has a little bit of sweetness in there with the sugar. It's not got a lot of sugar, just a little bit. Yeah. Now we're talking about food, yeah. Now in terms of like candy stuff, the only thing I can think of is like terribly, there was this kind of candy that was basically like a cigarette, and kids used to love those candies. They were just like a white
Do you
stick.
mean like the gum cigarette?
Like I'll show you. I'll see if I can find a picture of it.
Like the gum cigarette. I believe that's a thing.
Oh, what the hell were they even called?
I'm not sure if it's even illegal in US at some
I don't even know what these are called, but they're like a cigarette candy. Oh, what the hell were they called? They had like a space. Oh, I see it. Spaceman. They were called Spaceman. Spaceman. I knew it was space related, but I couldn't think of what it was. If you look up Spaceman candy sticks, they're just a cigarette. They're just a white stick with a red tip. They're just cigarettes in kid form, and kids used to love that shit. But I think that might be a New Zealand thing. Yeah, they look like they're a New Zealand thing.
Were you like hip and cool with the kids when you had?
Well, it's like what people would do is that have the cigarette candy, and then on like a cold day when you breathe out, you'd have like the fog on your breath. People would have those candies, like pretend to breathe in the cigarette smoke from the candy, and then you breathe out the condensed air, like the moisture condensing on the air to make it look like you're smoking. It's terrible, but like it was just a candy. It was not even really good candy. It was just a candy of sorts.
It was a candy that sucked, but it looked cool. So you both
typical 5-year-old, 6-year-old brain, just like, this is cool.
This is edgy.
Not knowing anything about the ramifications. Yeah.
I love being edgy.
As a 5-year-old edgy kid. But that was like one that I can think of. I always remember that was like, oh my god, I wouldn't want to eat them now. They're pretty disgusting, honestly.
Yeah.
Like flavor wise and morally. But what other candy was there? What other like cliche candy was there? Just like the typical like American stuff, or typical like international things like gummy stuff. Nerds were really popular when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, the Nerds candy, the Wonka brand Nerds candy.
Wonka.
Yeah.
Chocolate factory.
It's just Cadbury, but they use the Wonka name. So yeah, Nerds. They're just literally Nerds. Those candy were really popular. Yeah, it's at quarter 15 minutes it'll be 5-hour stream.
I wonder if there was ever a moment in school when somebody was like, I need to find some nerds, and instead of actually finding people, it was just candy.
Well, back in the day, I feel like this word nerds was used more to refer to the candy when I was a kid than to actual nerds. But then what else is there? There's like your typical like gobstoppers and stuff like that, and yeah, like gummy stuff. There's what else is there? And then there was like, in terms of ice creams, I feel like when it came to like ice blocks or ice creams on a stick sort of thing, those were more like varied and interesting. Like one of the ones that I always remember that I saw recently as well that they brought back was an ice block called Bubble O Bill. Bubble O Bill. Oops, I spelled bubble wrong. I believe it's a British dessert thing, but it's an ice block or ice cream that has like a cowboy face shape, and it has a big old ball on its nose that is like gum. That's like chewing gum. Yeah, that's it. That one looks a little different to the one that we usually got, but yeah, that's basically it.
Oh god.
Yeah, here's the New Zealand brand version of the Link. I don't know if that's New Zealand on there, but this one looks just like how they used to look when I was a kid.
Oh, you got it even transparent. Wow.
It was just the first result in the Google image search. Yeah, because that's Streets Ice Cream is like a brand that's like it's a New Zealand version of what is actually a British brand. Oh my god, they're like mangled version. Oh, dear.
Oh, are actually like ice cream trucks like a thing? Like in New Zealand?
Yep.
Not at
Mr.
all.
Whippy. Mr. Whippy was the brand.
Mr. Whippy.
Yeah, like WHIPPY, Whippy. And yeah, that.
Oh god, the mascot. Oh god.
Actually, I don't remember there being a mascot because each Mr. Whippy van had like different stuff on it. Oh my god, yeah. I don't remember that mascot at all, but just the Mr. Whippy brand logo thing is what I remember. But yeah, that's a classic New Zealand, like, it was what all the ice cream trucks were all Mr. Whippy brand. But like, it used to be that the ice cream they would sell was really quite nice. It rubs the lotion on its skin. Yeah, that one looks different actually. That van that you got there looks different. That almost looks like maybe it's originally a British thing and it was imported here.
I have no clue.
Because the one that comes up. Oh wait, yeah, that looks different. Wait, I'll show you the one that I got. When I looked up the result, this is like this is like the one that this is like a classic. Yeah, that looks more like it. This is like a classic. It even looks like this photo was taken from like the 90s. Oh, I see. Yeah, you've got one very similar. In fact, I think it's the same people. It's just at a different angle.
The same tree. It's the same place. It's the same.
You know, they're the same people. They're wearing the same clothes and everything. It's just from a different angle. Same photo, different angle. But yeah, that's what Mr. Whippy vans would look like. And yeah, the music that they'd play as you'd hear the music coming from a mile away and like hunt them down. Yeah, but Mr. Whippy's not very popular anymore these days because the ice cream just isn't as good a quality. It's just like kind of low tier now. It used to be delicious. It used to have delicious ice cream, but now it's kind of meh.
Imagining baby you running for an ice cream truck. I cannot even. I don't know how you look like as a young kid.
I have thought about showing putting a picture of me as like a young boy on somewhere, but
young boy.
I have not yet done that, and we'll see if I ever do. Anyway, I should get going. I should eat something.
No.
just no.
Right. That's my evil plan.
Just saying no.
No.
Well,
and then you just leave.
I just leave anyway. Alright, well, thank you, Tiana, for joining me. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry that I have joined, and you're quite welcome.
Well, until the next time I do a stream like this, which probably will become more frequent as I just, like, can't be bothered to do something, so I'll just stream instead. Stream some Spyro. Or something else. So, yeah. There'll probably be another one like this sometime soonish.
A little podcast, you could say.
Yeah. Because I've also thought about it, because, like, if I have to inevitably get, like, a job to, like, support myself, like a full-time thing, I will probably... The channel will probably just become streams. So this will probably be very common, this kind of stream. Just, like, chatting with people and, yeah, streaming something. They'll probably be much shorter, though, I imagine. Yeah.
If you still somehow manage to get back to the channel, it would be amazing. I'm sure still many people would like to see it continue.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah. Then I might have to resort to that, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Alright, well thank you, Tiana. I'll see you next time.
Have a good lunch, breakfast, maybe dinner by now. Who knows?
Not quite dinner, but yeah, definitely lunch at this stage. Alright, bye.
Take care. See ya.
Alright. The idea of it gives me... I don't think I've ever gotten ice cream from a truck, but the idea of it gives me anxiety. Right. Well, it's just like... The first, like, ice cream truck stuff was... we were so young when the idea first came up that... Like, I wouldn't buy it myself, I'd get my parents to buy it for me, but just, like, the lure of the ice cream van would be enough to overcome any kind of anxiety you'd have. Yep, we're ending it here. It's been nearly 5 hours, so I need to end it. Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys for all joining me for the stream. I hope you guys enjoy the like kind of more like podcasty chat kind of streams. I honestly want to do more of this kind of thing because I think they're one of the easiest and most straightforward, but also one of the most inclusive kind of stream systems I can do. The one when you get ice cream, but you become the ice cream. Let me in. Wait, what? When you get ice cream, but you become the ice cream. Are you talking about there's a game. There's like a horror game called that's about an ice cream man. I can't remember what it's called. Mr. Frosty or something like that. It's like this. It's a bit like it's a phone game. It's a bit like Grandma. But I was just thinking it's a nice evil scenario. Oh, I see. Oh, what the hell's it called? Phone. I'll just quickly look it up. Phone game. Ice Cream Man horror. Oh yeah. Is it just called Ice? Oh, it's just called Ice Cream. Oh, sorry, Ice Scream. Horror Neighborhood. Some people have played it on YouTube. Ice Scream. Horror Neighborhood. There's like 3 of them. There's 3 games in the series. Yeah, that's basically what it's about. They like, I think the guy like tries to turn them into ice cream, or he turns them into ice at least. Ice cream. Well, if you like what you saw, like, if you want to see more from me, then subscribe. Yeah, thank you guys all for joining me. Anyways, yeah, I'm excited to see your reaction to the games. Yeah, they're coming very soon. Like tomorrow, they're starting tomorrow, and they're gonna be all week. Yeah.
See you guys. Bye. Bye.